shouldering to shoulder. Swing and a miss. McKinley scores!
Hello, everybody, and welcome inside Big Boy Arena here in Fraser, Michigan. We are set up for a day full of hockey, charities, interviews, and so much more. Alongside Ben Holden and John Horgan, my name is Kara Lyles. Just want to ask you, what are you most excited about today, Ben?
Well, it's good to be back for this is the third installment we've done this, so every time we've done it, it's gotten bigger and better, and just excited to see the fan turnout, excited to see the legends in the alumni game play, and I'm telling you right now, this Sled game, I talked to Derek Donnett for about an hour yesterday, and he said, be prepared because these are some of the best Sled players in North America. You're going to have a U.S. team taking on a Canadian team. Many of the U.S. players, they're in the development program with USA Sled Hockey, and it's going to be a fun day, and the sleds get moving. Some of these sleds get going up to 20 miles an hour. By way of comparison, you know, you talk about a top-end NHL player, they're going 24 to 25 miles an hour. So it's going to be exciting, and, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, Kara, it's all about the G.H. Pastor Foundation, as we know, and the charity and all they're doing for so many great charities. So a pleasure and an honor to be a part of it again with you guys here.
Absolutely. We appreciate you being here today, and we're excited to hear you on the call for both of the games here today. But I want to talk to you a little bit, John. What are you expecting out of both of these games today with Team Canada and Team USA?
First, Kara, we're going to hear a lot of the Detroit Arts Project Pep Band. But to echo what Ben said, Team Canada versus Team USA, Four Nations continued. This is the best sled hockey, two teams in the world. Tyler McGregor is only dressing 6 players, including the goalie. The U.S. is dressing 13 players, including the goaltender, so it's going to be wild. In terms of the alumni game, you have guys that won 3 cups, like Matthew Dandeneau with the Wings. He's playing with the Habs, who he finished his career with. You've got the great Mickey Redmond, the great Red Berenson, arguably the greatest college coach of all time, stepping on the ice at 85 years old, which is a record. Just, it's great, so much talent. I think there's close to 8,000 NHL games here today.
We are so excited for everything that's going on today. But stay right here. Coming up after the break, we have Tyler McGregor. Tyler McGregor. He is the captain of the Team Canada sled hockey team. He will be coming up right after the break.
The $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's restaurants. Choose from 8 great brew house favorites and get a free personal Pizookie dessert. That's a sweet deal.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
We are lucky enough to be joined by 2-time gold medalist and captain for the Canadian sled hockey team, Tyler McGregor. Tyler, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Well, first and foremost, I just want to check in on you. How are you feeling today? You excited for all these events going on today?
We are. We're thrilled. Thrilled to have the opportunity to play and compete, but also to be a fan and obviously watch some NHL alumni from 2 storied franchises, so it should be a special day.
For those who don't know, can you give us just a rundown of what the game of sled hockey is?
So sled hockey is the Paralympic version of hockey. It's played by players with lower limb impairments or disabilities. Essentially, you play in a sled with 2 blades on the bottom. You actually use 2 sticks. Both of the sticks have metal picks on the bottom, so you use your arms to propel yourself. So obviously to skate, to shoot, to pass. Outside of that, pretty standard rules, very comparable to stand-up hockey. So it's a fast, physical, highly skilled sport, and it's been so much fun to play.
How did you get involved with Team Canada's sled hockey team?
I started playing hockey when I was 3 years old, and at 15, I fractured my leg actually in a hockey game and discovered that I had a form of bone cancer. So ultimately went through chemotherapy and also had my leg amputated above the knee. fortunately regained my health, but was looking for an opportunity to continue playing a sport that I'd always loved. And so I tried to skate with a prosthetic leg. Wasn't necessarily at the level I expected, and so I was looking for a new competitive opportunity, something that allowed me to be a high-performance athlete again, and that led me to get into sled for the first time, and I've never looked back.
Just what does it mean to you and your teammates to really be given this opportunity to get back out there to play a game that you all love so much?
Well, I think this is such a great showcase for our sport. Obviously, you know, so many NHL legends with the Red Wings and the Canadiens, two franchises in the NHL that have so much history, and there's so many great hockey people and hockey minds here. So we're thankful to the G.H. Pastor Foundation, because I think anytime we have the ability to showcase our sport in front of a setting like that has a really profound impact on the growth and development of what we're trying to do. And so we're grateful to be here, and obviously, in addition to that, raise some important funds for charities that are also closely connected to our sport. Obviously, I'm a childhood cancer survivor, so supporting children's health is something near and dear to my heart, and many of my teammates with similar stories as well.
If you had to pick a highlight of your career so far, you have had so much success in your sport, what would that highlight be?
I mean, it's hard not to say like winning any gold medal for sure. I think, you know, outside of that, that's obviously a main highlight. I think one thing that I love is just having the ability to travel the world. You get to kind of connect with and interact in different communities, small and large, in any country around the world, and just meet the people, be introduced to their culture. And I think sport, and particularly hockey, has such a unique way of creating that connection. And those are some of my favorite memories throughout my career.
Well, there are so many events happening throughout this entire week and today. What is one thing you're most excited about to see today?
So you know what? I'm really excited to play against Vladdy. I think, obviously he got into sled last year for the first time, and everyone knows Vladdy's story, and obviously such a legendary Red Wing and an NHL legend to be honest. And to see him back on the ice was pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to suiting up against him today.
Tyler, thank you so much for taking the time to really share your story with us and chat with us here today. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
When I think of Special Olympics, it's one of those things where you leave and you're like, hey, I feel good in my heart. Every time I go home, it's just a very fulfilling feeling when you leave here.
I think one of the things that I've noticed over the years is you volunteer for a lot of different things, and then you come and volunteer with Special Olympics. And I think a lot of people that might not understand what Special Olympics athlete represents, and I think a lot of people walk out and see a different humanization of the athletes to recognize that they're no different.
Special Olympics it's the portion of sports that you don't always get to experience, but you want to.
Special Olympics is exciting and rewarding for both the athletes and the volunteers.
I think volunteering is important because it's helping somewhere where help is needed and help may not otherwise be given. So it's important for something like Special Olympics for Unified Champion Schools, because in order to help these teams thrive and even just function and be like an operational team that can go places and can compete, we need people. There really needs to be people to support these students so that everything is done safely and done to the very best of one's ability.
I think that over the time that I've been there, I've seen many of the athletes grow. It's just like it's a family. It's a family.
I love the fact that we can just connect with so many people and so many backgrounds and so many athletes, because they all just have a great attitude and they just want to have fun.
It takes a lot of volunteers to make Special Olympics happen, whether that's officials, running tournaments, the headquarters. So really that central word I would say is community.
Special Olympics, it's my family. I mean, it's part of us. It's part of who we are, and I feel like it's one of the most fulfilling things in my life.
Come and try it. Volunteer for half a day or a full day, whatever, to get involved, and see where that leads you.
I think giving back is huge. I mean, I think we're all here on earth to give back to some degree.
This
come and join us. Come and see the fun that we have. Come and see the joy that the athletes bring to my life. It truly is like no expectations, come as you are, be yourself, and that really is, you know, it's one of the best opportunities to volunteer out there.
Sometimes the world tries to tell you who you are.
Tries to tell you what box you belong in.
And what you can do.
Try to define what is normal.
But at Special Olympics Michigan,
We know that the norm is highly overrated.
We know our disability does not define us.
We define us. That we'll set the tone that we're capable of what we can achieve and do.
That winning is more than a final score. That winning means being brave in the attempt.
that we have a community that lifts all of us up, win or lose.
That sport is a gateway to a much bigger and better world. To celebrate with, to be better with.
A catalyst to a healthy, better tomorrow. We know that we are the torchbearers.
That we are the leaders.
We are messengers to advance the pollution revolution forward.
In a irrational world, we are the exception. But we should be the rule, so help us set the new norm.
On a stronger world together.
Come get in the game.
To make the world a bit more special.
The $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's restaurants. Choose from 8 great brew house favorites and get a free personal Pizookie dessert. That's a sweet deal.
Welcome back here to Big Boy Arena in Fraser, Michigan. We are lucky enough to be joined by one of the masterminds of this entire event, this entire week, this entire year. Joe Neville, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us here today.
Thank you so much. It's been just shy of a year. Last game, April 23rd last year, and started planning it right off the bat. As soon as that game ended, making phone calls, and we got a new segment this time. We didn't do this last year, so thank you for joining us for this. And we got a lot of great things and activities here. The Hockey Hall of Fame is now joining us, and we have members of the Detroit Symphony Orchestra that's going to be playing the music throughout. And this is a bigger, better, steroids kind of hockey.
Give us just an overview of everything that you guys have planned for today. Really special events going on here today.
I didn't hear you.
Just give us an overview of everything that you guys have planned today.
So right now, as you see behind me, they're warming up for Team USA versus Team Canada sled hockey. And then we have an intermission where we'll have live music from a 20-piece orchestra. And then we have face painting, youth hockey. We've got the Red Wings alumni playing the Canadiens alumni in a full NHL game, 20-minute periods. We have Chuck-a-Duck. We have the Hockey Hall of Fame with their trophies. We got the Stanley Cup. We've got it all.
You guys really do have it all, but I just want to know, what is it about this G.H. Pastor Foundation and everything that you guys have done here that really makes today just such a special event for everybody in attendance?
Well, it's the common denominator, and that's to help the kids and give back to the kids, because kids should not be hurting. They're kids. They should have frogs in their pocket and dirty knees and things like that, and should not be in a hospital and going through things. And we want to give as much as we can of ourselves for being fortunate for what we have, and make their days better. And everybody that we partner with, it's the same thing. They want to help kids. It's all about the kids, and that's what makes us do it. And you're the same way. You're out here for them, and we appreciate that. You've been here since day one, and you're moving and growing with us, and you know that it's the kids. You hate to see them in distress. And they're here. There's going to be a lot of kids that are going through some issues here today to see this for them, and hopefully they're happy.
Well, I have, like you said, been fortunate enough to really see all of the planning that goes into this event. Just when did you guys start planning this event, and how much work have you guys put in to really make this an event that everybody wants to be a part of?
Well, the amount of work is off the charts. It's a second full-time job. And the different people, like we have Chad Bush in charge of production. Just the production portion alone I didn't know anything about it. It's insanely huge. I mean, just buying these things, I had no idea, you know? And then you got the locker room set up, and it's just on and on and on. So there's so much work. It is a year-long event.
If you had to pick one thing that you're most looking forward to seeing today, I know that's a tough ask, but what would that be if you had to?
I'm telling you, I am so excited to hear the Hockey Night in Canada theme song played live by a 20-piece orchestra before the alumni game. I'm so geeked for that.
Well, Joe, I just wanted to thank you for letting me be a part of this event. It's seriously been such an honor and pleasure to be able to work alongside you guys and everything that you're doing for this.
As long as we're doing them, you're going to be doing them with us.
Really appreciate your time, and thank you for doing this today.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll stay right here. Sean Belegian and Ben Holden have some game action coming up after the break.
Yes, we do, and welcome to the broadcast booth. Ben Holden, Sean Belegian. Sean, good to be back with you. Our third Alumni Day event here from Big Boy Arena, and we're going to kick it off here with a massive undercard. Team Canada, Team USA, sled hockey. These are some of the very best sled players for both countries we're going to see here in this first game.
And if you haven't seen it yet, pal, I'm telling you, you are in for a treat. I know you already know that, but for the benefit of people out there that you haven't seen it yet, it is uber competitive. It's USA Canada. What more can you ask for?
Continues, right?
Oh, my goodness gracious. I think everybody knows that has become probably the preeminent rivalry in international hockey now. Anytime you get the United States and Canada together, that's the way it is. But this is just such a great day for hockey. It really is. To quote the late Badger
Bob, yep.
It's a great day for hockey, and let's not forget as well what it's all about. All the amazing charities that are benefiting from this, Joe. It really is a heck of a lot of fun.
The GH Pastor Foundation, as Kara and those that have been on the panel throughout the build-up, the pregame show have talked about. You see some of the Canadian players on the line there. That's their entire squad. And Tyler McGregor's their captain. He lives in nearby Windsor, Ontario, one of the best players in Canada. Adam Dixon's another player to watch out for. He scored 100 pro goals in his career, and now the U.S. side. They're going to be coached today by Derek Donnet, a guy that you and I saw last year. He works with the Bell Tire Sled programs here in the Metro Detroit area. So a big honor for Derek and his team, and he's got a lot of familiar faces. Jesus Vila, we remember him from last year, how good he was. Jacob Jones, another key member, and Vladimir Konstantinov, Sean. It brings it, gets you a little choked up every time you see him doing this. It'll be the second time he's done it here in this event.
Yeah, it was so cool to see that. My goodness gracious, and you could see that he was really enjoying it. Folks, wait till you see the skill. I'm telling you right now, it's going to blow your mind as the fans are cheering at Vladimir Konstantinov. How about that? Donning the red, white, and blue. Pretty cool.
It's really cool, and he'll have that assistance there to help him around the rink and out there with the rest of his U.S. teammates. Chris Douglas, who's one of their captains, wearing number 17. Vladimir Konstantinov, an honorary captain with the team today. And Zeus, they call him. Jesus Vila is the other captain. And Derek Donnet said about Zeus, he said he is one of the 5 best players in the world. I thought it was interesting chatting with him yesterday. He said the average NHL player is somewhere 22, 23 miles an hour, right at top end speed. These young men on these sleds are going to get up close to 20 miles an hour today.
I remember Zeus last year.
Yeah,
and
we
you
both do
as well. You can see why he's so respected in this community. Wait till you see his talent out there. And folks, you're in for a treat this afternoon.
Yes, you are. And the teams are on their blue lines. A little more pregame build-up here. The national anthems will be played. We'll listen in and watch into that as the United States there and Canada for the anthems. that 20-piece orchestra we heard Joe Neville reference. Brilliantly done on both the Canadian and U.S. national anthems here. And alumni game will follow at 2 o'clock, approximate start time here from Big Boy Arena in Fraser. 15 minutes are on the clock here for this opening period of play here. And for a lot of these young men that are out there, Sean, the 2026 Paralympics will be held where the Olympics are held. It'll be in Milan, Italy, and many of the players on both sides are going to have a legitimate shot to be on those teams for their respective countries. So big matchup in many ways, but certainly a little personal for the two countries going head to head.
Oh, what an honor that would be, no doubt about it. But Joe, I'll tell you, this is a situation right now where, listen, you get these two together, there's just something different. There really is. There's just something different when these guys get together, and I think you'll see it from the moment the puck is dropped here today. Ben, Canada, USA, it doesn't matter. Anywhere in the hockey world, Canada's had the supremacy forever.
Yeah.
You know that, Ben.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay? The United States has really threatened that supremacy.
They have.
And that's not taken lightly.
It is not, and ceremonial puck drop here. It'll be between Tyler McGregor and Vladimir Konstantinov for the United States. Mike Theriault is the head coach. He'll coach this Canada side. No nonsense, fundamental, hard hockey guy. Coaches the Nashville Sled Preds. And mentioned Derek Donnan and what he does. He's done a great job with his program, Bell Tire. They've now got a Tier 1 team playing. They've got a small league they play in, and the ceremonial puck drop completed and just about set to get this game underway.
Such a fun day. If you can't be a part of it, well, we're glad that you're watching it, but in the future, because Ben, I think it's safe to say we're going to see some more of these.
Yeah.
Try to get out here. There are so many fun things going around the rink. You've got so many of the NHL trophies in one corner of the rink. So many really cool booths with a lot of great stuff to be seen and to be a part of. And we'd love to have you out here. Beautiful venue out here in Fraser.
Yep, and for those of you watching on the Prep YouTube channel and on Local 4+, great to have you with us, Ben Holden, Sean Belich, and all of our crew. The event's gotten bigger, our crew's gotten bigger too. We got a panel, they'll take you through the intermissions. They led you up to the game today and carry you through the alumni game, the intermissions there as well. Carol Lyles and the cast of many here this year. Great job by Joe Neville, John Pastor, Chad Bush, everyone putting everything together. And it's a lot of work. You heard Joe say earlier, he said this is a year buildup. Takes so much work to go into this great event here now. The third one, we had Boston in the first installment against the Red Wing alumni team. We had the Rangers last time. We had the Canadiens today. We just need the Leafs and the Blackhawks to show up, and I'm sure they will.
We'd love to have it, no doubt. We got some pretty darn good officials as well. Some guys that have worked all over the place. And Greg Hames, Dean Morton, the former Detroit Red Wing.
Yeah.
Angelo D'Amico, and a great guy in Scott Holberg. I remember him in particular from his time in the Ontario Hockey League. So we've got some legitimacy in the officiating as well.
We sure do. So the two teams set to go here, and opening draw will be between Dominic Kozolino and Vladimir Konstantinov. The Canadian side with a thin roster, only 6 players they're going with. So a very short bench. U.S. with a squad of 13 here today. And the hockey game underway. The U.S. in the blue. Puck played ahead there by Jacob Jones, a product of Alpena, Michigan. Mom's here, was babysitting the 3 boys, 3 kids, and had a good chat with her, Kelly, and excited for her son to play.
Well, you could see them working the puck, though. This is a unit, this Canadian unit, Joel, that obviously knows each other very well, working the puck to create these chances.
They try to play one into that left circle and knocked away. Corbin Watson's the goalie for the Canadian side. Puck still inside of the U.S. end. McGregor has it on his stick. Good pass down low, and a good chance there. Just missing was James Dunn.
Boy, tons of pressure by Canada. You know, you saw them working through the neutral zone, and they've just kept that pressure deep in the U.S. zone.
Watch out for 4 there, going to the back post there. They don't get the puck down to him. McGregor had it, lost it. He'll get to it in the corner.
Well, what's that they say about puck possession? Canada has had the puck on their stick a vast majority of this time, Joe.
It's everything. Now it'll slip out through center, and a chance here for the U.S. Out comes the Canadian goaltender, and a race for it, and he comes up with it. Corbin Watson. Derek Donnett, the U.S. coach, knows him well. He plays with his Bell Tire program. That one fired in, flipped in wide of the net. Gathered back there by Tyrone Henry.
Boy, Jones nearly scored from about 70 feet there. Watson was caught out. He had to come out and try to avert that break.
And that puck will come outside the line. Charlie Warren, who just came on the ice, unable to get to it. So we'll have a face-off upcoming just outside the Canada line.
Joe, the game within the game, too, it's amazing. You take a look at all the guys waiting to play their game that are sitting in the tunnel right now, both from the Red Wings side and the Canadiens side, watching this game right now, taking this action in.
Unbelievable athletes that play this sport of sled hockey. Determined, passionate, they love their game, they love their country, they love their teams. They look in front and a stop made there, but they can't stop the second one. And there's James Dunn. You go to the grade A scoring area, Sean, you usually get rewarded.
Yeah, keep the stick on the ice. That's exactly what he did, and he put a nifty backhander in to give Canada this 1-0 lead. Boy, take a look here. Nice pass. Go to the backhand. Goodness gracious me. Just like they draw it up, right?
Yep. Goalie for the United States is Taggart Vandermolen. Among the top 3 goaltenders in this sport of sled hockey in the United States. So Canada with the early lead here. The U.S. has really only had the one chance, that long shot you referenced that was sent in by Jacob Jones. Other than that, Canada has had the puck possession. They've had the attack in the O-zone. There's another shot fired in, knocked away there by Vandermolen.
That's a big stop, trying to go high up top, and a big stop there.
Sure was. Now Canada going to stay on the puck, and McGregor had it knocked off his stick. 50-50 puck. It's played out, sent outside the line by Casey Yates. Well, the U.S. unable to gather it in. Henry tried to slip it ahead there and did somewhat for Cozzolino. Pressure coming again. 3 wide was Canada. They got to get back on side, though. Down below our vantage point, McGregor. Watch there, Warren, now Cozzolino. And the puck now into the near side corner it goes. Centering pass, Cozzolino's there, and he tried to go up top and he missed it. Good look from him, though.
Boy, this is a lesson, I'll tell you what, Ben, for kids out there. Don't give the puck up. They're just there holding on to the puck left and right, and finally, the United States gets an opportunity to perhaps get a rush of their own going right now.
See what they can do. They've been under heavy pressure the entire game here so far. Nearly 5 minutes old here in the opening period of play.
Pressure stays deep in that U.S. zone. It's you can only handle it so long, really, before mistakes start to happen in your own end.
Done for Canada on the draw in there against Charlie Warren. Centering attempt that's kept in at the left point. Daigle played it down low. McGregor's got it on his stick, number 8. Digs in, gets a little bit of separation. Good stick handling there. Good look down in front. Nice backhand pass, and that one is in. Beautiful play, Sean, for the second Canada goal.
Their puck movement is something special, and so much of it starts, Ben, with number 4, James Dunn. He has been really, really nifty with his stick handling. Watch him in front, He gets the tip in there. Go to the net hard and you're going to be rewarded. That's something you learn in mites. And that's exactly what happened with number 4, James Dunn there.
Beautifully done. So 6 minutes in here, Canada with both goals in the hockey game so far. Just missing on that pass out at center. It was Dunn just out of his reach. Canada gonna knock it away. Cozzolino in a race over there. Racing in there was Jacob Jones. Jones with a shot, his second of the game, missed the net.
They got to tilt the ice the other way, does this U.S. squad. Ben, the pressure has been consistently in their own end as seemingly the puck has been on a Canadian stick a vast majority of this one.
They've got the lead here, 2-0. Back in behind the goaltender, Corbin Watson. Giveaway here, Douglas keeps it in at the line. Jumping into the play is Yates, speeding in off the bench for the Americans. Now Jones has it, it's got some room, shoots, and that one hit his own player in front there. But the U.S. back on the puck here now. With it, in there tight, trying the left-handed shot was Warren. Some pressure here on the forecheck from the Americans.
Nifty little move there by Warren to play it to himself, and it nearly paid off.
Look out here, Cozzolino. Can't get to it, though. It's an icing call.
Boy, so much talent out there. I hope you guys are enjoying what we're seeing here. As there's the U.S. keeping some pressure in. Shot comes in. Boy, did not miss by much.
Jacob Jones there, Alpena, Michigan native. Fell in love with the sport in 9th grade, his mom told me earlier today. Sled Wings had a game up in Alpena, and that's what drew him into it, and he's been playing it ever since. He's 34 years young now. Jenkins at the face-off dot. Little flip there that is gloved easily by Watson. He plays it free. Now Cozzolino takes a look. Right up the middle of the sheet. What a great pass there, and a hit out at center. Laid on by Isaac Dufour. Yes, there is checking in sled hockey, Sean.
That's what everybody dreams of as well. Catch them in the trolley tracks, right?
Oh,
That's exactly what happened.
That was pretty. Cozzolino now, the U.S. digging in defensively here. Yates down there, into the corner goes Dufour, sweeps it back in behind the goaltender Vandermolen. Some pressure coming in there in the order of James Dunn. Seen how good he is on the sled. Great chance there from Cozzolino with the left hand. That's another aspect of this sport. They shoot with both hands. It's not right or left like you do in hockey when you're on your feet, man. These young men are talented with both hands.
I like the way this Canada team plays because you and I, Ben, grew up in the dump and chase era.
Yes.
And it made no sense to me. You work so hard to get the puck, why am I going to dump it in and give it back to you?
That's right.
They're all about keeping the puck on their stick, and here they come again.
Here they come, and it's Dunn racing in there. Looking for help, lays it back along the half wall. Nifty little stick handle there, laid back to Cozzolino. Behind the back pass, one-time chance. Vandermolen there, takes a look, and he's got it.
Well, 2-0, and it has been, for the most part, all Canada here. The United States going to make some changes. They're getting their big gun out there. Keep an eye on 00. That is the man known as Zeus.
Right.
He is one of the best, and he showed it our last time out here before the game against the Rangers.
He's their top scorer. Tyler McGregor and Adam Dixon, top guys for the Canadian side. Coming up on 5 minutes to play here in the opening period. 2 goals for Canada. Vladimir Konstantinov is back on the ice. Out at center ice, getting a bit of assistance there. The puck now up that left wing side. Douglas comes back. Good play by him to keep it away. There is Vila with it. Ahead for Jones. Jones, little bump at the line. Now the U.S. in tight, but a good read by McGregor there. Took that pass and that lane away.
Yeah, that was, you could see what Zeus was trying to do, get the puck down this near wing, and McGregor stepped right in that passing lane.
Now the puck down below us at center ice. McGregor digging in. Stick handle with a right. Gains the line, looking for help. Good job there coming back by Chris Douglas to rub him out. Into the corner now, and Jones will get down there for the U.S. Wraps it around. It'll be kept in, though, at the right side. Inside of that point. Cozzolino. Nowhere to go. Now gets a little bit of separation. Keeps the stick handle. Dishes off. Done. Off a U.S. leg in there. Good job by the Americans holding the fort in front.
Boy, it's amazing how this unit works together. And, you know, we were talking, marveling about how they only had 6 guys. Well, you can see why now. They work so well together. It's what guys are doing without the puck. Just like hockey.
Yeah.
What are you doing without the puck to get yourself in position?
That's right. It's a great point. I love that, too, because I think people forget about that. You've got to make yourself available. You've got to get yourself into open ice. And like you said, they're doing a great job of that. Coming up on 3 to play in the period. Canada's on top 2-0. Here comes Dunn now with McGregor. Good job coming back there. Excellent job on the back check. I believe that was Vila. It was. Excellent work from him. Now Cozzolino, that's center. Henry with the handle. McGregor there. Smartly stayed on side. Puck turned over. Douglas has it now inside the Americans' end.
Well, it's all about what you do with the puck when you finally get it back. And let's see if Yates can do a little something right here.
Digging in. Cozzolino comes in. Slides right in front of him. Josh Mashevich in there, 24 as well. Now a race for it here. Armstrong, good job there by Jenkins. Got just enough of it to negate a would-be breakaway.
Yeah, Armstrong was coming with a lot of speed through the neutral zone, and nice defensive play to avert that.
Henry tried to play it ahead to McGregor. Back on the stick there of Jaden Jenkins. Flings one off the center ice boards. Broken up, taken away by Canada. Daigle had it, lost it. Now the U.S. trying to make a push, but Canada back. McGregor clogging the middle. Tough stick handle there for the U.S. side. Heath Fitzgerald. Warren crashing into the boards on the far side there.
Boy, look at the flow on Daigle, by the way. Yeah, that's some good lettuce coming out of that helmet. I remember those days, Ben.
Yeah. Had a couple of years with that kind of flow.
Yes,
way back when.
There'd be a heck of a lot of salt in there now if I tried that.
Oh boy. Here comes Cozzolino and McGregor. They crisscross, still has it, shoots. Good stop there made by Taggart Vandermolen.
Yeah, just stay square to the shooter. That's exactly what he did. He didn't move, didn't give him anything to shoot at.
McGregor will track down the rebound off the shot that missed the net. He digs in. Left to right, trying a little dangle there. Play slowed up, and that's nicely kept in at the line, but now the U.S. Jesus Vila tracking the puck there on the back there of Tyrone Henry. 45 seconds to go in the opening period. Cozzolino now. Little flip ahead, left wing side. McGregor had to find it and did, and avoided what could have been a pretty heavy hit. The U.S. now here, Sean, with 25 to go in the period, but they turn it over. Armstrong digging in. Good job coming back there by Dufour. And Vandermolen in position. Centered off the stick of Cozzolino. Jesus Vila pounds it down the ice to release the pressure.
Yeah, they had to do that. Nice play by Jaden Jenkins to not allow his man free passage down that far wing, and that's going to do it for this first period. Been a period dominated by this Canadian squad.
Yes, it was. 2 goals on the board. Canada on top 2-0 here after 1. We'll step aside, take a quick timeout. Great to have you with us here. Big day here, the G.H. Pastor Foundation. It's the Canadians and the Americans squaring off here in game 1 of the day. It'll be followed by the Detroit Red Wings and Montreal Canadiens alumni squads. We'll be right back to Big Boy Arena right after this.
For over 55 years, Special Olympics has been changing the world. Every day, more than 20,000 athletes across every county in Michigan are breaking barriers through the power of sport. Through our 26 Olympic-style sports, Special Olympics Michigan harnesses the transformational power of athletics, giving those with intellectual disabilities the chance to showcase their skills at the local, state, and national levels. But we're more than just sports. We're more than just competition. Special Olympics is about creating a world where everyone is accepted, respected, and empowered to be their best self. Through sports, we're able to open gateways to athletes' potential, expand their health and wellness, and create relationships that last a lifetime. This is a movement that's changing lives, one athlete at a time, one community at a time, through one play at a time. And together, we can create a more inclusive Michigan.
And we welcome you back here, Ben Holden, Sean Belizean. Sean, we look back at the key moving pictures from period one.
Just puck possession by Team Canada. I mean, you have to give them full marks for doing that. I thought that young man right there wearing the number 4 was easily the best player on the ice, that of course being James Dunn. You could make that call for a few Canadian players though. Hey, good things happen when you hold on to the puck, and Team Canada held on to the puck for a vast majority of that first period.
Yeah, there's some of the physical play as Charlie Warren went in there trying to make a play, making a hit. Great to have you with us here. A busy day here from Big Boy Arena. The third event in the G.H. Pastor Foundation. So many great charities involved that are helped around and in Metro Detroit, Sean, that this event is all about. You and I have been a part of all three. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here.
It is, and so glad you could join us as well for just a great day of hockey benefiting a bunch of great different charities. Right now, we are thoroughly enjoying this U.S.-Canada match.
Oh, this is fun stuff. So the Canadians in the white, Team USA in the blue. Many of these players will have a chance over the next, year and a half plus to try and make their respective teams for the Paralympic Games in 2026. Here's a chance, and Vandermolen down. You got parts of a sled that have broken loose. They play it hard. McGregor with a shot there. That one off Douglas. And Vandermolen has it, looks for a whistle, and it was a bit late, but he finally gets it.
Let's not forget about the heroics of Vandermolen keeping U.S. in this. He's had to make a couple big stops, and I think what you've seen is his patience outweighing some of these shooters as well has resulted in some big stops to keep this only at a 2-0 game.
Yeah, as Coach Derek Donnet said yesterday, he said he is the third best goalie in the United States. They've got a good stable, they've got a development program, and it's great to see in this sport continues to rise more and more young boys and girls, men and women getting involved in the sport. Great to see them have their avenue to play the great game of hockey.
Well, you mentioned development programs, and Ben, I was very fortunate to work for the USNTDP for a couple of years, and my goodness gracious, they have changed the landscape of hockey. They really have.
It really has, and there's a good stop by Vandermolen, and I would be remiss on the day that Jeff Jackson playing Michigan State. He was the guy that really started that program when he left Lake Superior way back when in the mid-90s. Chance in front, they score. Yes, that one is in. Dunn puts it in. His second goal in the game here, Sean.
Yeah, they are on fire right now. Make no mistake about it. It's Tyler McGregor and James Dunn again doing work down low. Rebound comes out. Look at that pass in front. Oh, lovely. And McGregor and Dunn really 1 and 2 right now, and a big reason why Canada has jumped out to this 3-0 lead.
The stick skills are insane, right? I mean, it's like lacrosse, right? They're both hands. It's amazing to me. So impressive the way they play this game and the speed they play it at. Here comes Canada, sniffing for more. U.S. defender Jenkins lost his stick in his left hand. He'll get back and get it. Canada buzzing again here. Job there by Mashevich there, number 24, Josh Mashevich coming down the wall to slow that play up for the U.S. Canada again, try to center it. Jenkins, good read, good play, and he'll clear the zone.
How often have we seen that, though? The United States, in an effort to alleviate pressure, just throw it in the neutral zone, and Canada is able to gain possession again.
Yep, they sniff it out quick. They miss here on the pass, a race for it here. Now Jenkins gets in there first. It'll come back inside of the Canadian end here for a face-off.
That's one of the rare times this game where Canada just handed the puck over. They went for that stretch pass, that so-called home run pass, couldn't connect, and now let's see if the U.S. can get something going as the draw stays in the Canadian zone.
Big opportunity for them here in the opening couple of minutes here of the second period. Red Wings alumni, Montreal Canadiens alumni. Sean Baligian will be in absolute heaven because he is a diehard Canadiens fan.
Well, go Habs, go. You'll hear me say that a few times, but no, it's this is a blast. It's about the event. It's about the charities.
Yep. We'll have fun with that one at 2 o'clock is the approximate start time here from Big Boy Arena in Fraser. So many legends of the game on both sides will play in that matchup. Pretty cool stuff. We're looking forward to that here on Local 4 Plus and on the Prep YouTube channel as well. Jesus Vila. I mean, look at that shot. I mean, that's from the red line.
Yeah, you know what? He knows they got to get some offense going, throw the puck at the net, see if something can happen here, right?
So strong. Jenkins will race back Armstrong, putting some pressure on him, gets the inside lane there. Jenkins has it tied up in there with Rob Armstrong. Free now on the stick there of Jacob Jones. He had it stolen. Look out, centering attempt. Henry with a bullet in front, and it's 4-0 Canada.
Well, he dragged it a little bit, and it was like he was trying to find an extra gear, some torque there, and he found it. Take a look at that release. He loaded that baby up. Coming by himself through the slot area. Look at the vision there. Pulls her back. Boom. A cannonading blast to quote the late, great Danny Gallivan.
Yes, sir. Love it. So a 4-0 score here. U.S. just continuing to defend, and you and I know it's harder to defend than it is to play offense. They got to get something going up the ice in a northerly direction. Good move here in tight. Look at this stick handling. Armstrong trying to get it toward the net, and it's cleared by the U.S.
And I think it bears repeating. Remember, this is not a deep Canadian team.
Yeah.
They're just not going with a lot of different players here today. So they're making the most of their minutes right now. Let's see if that becomes a factor as this game wears on.
Yeah, it's very possible it will. Up the left wing, just off the mark. Armstrong will get in there first for Canada. Wraps it around. Kept inside of the zone toward the Canadian goaltender and quickly played out of there by Corbin Watson, who really hasn't seen much action. Now ahead for McGregor. McGregor in, lefty shot up high, and Vandermolen with a big-time stop there, trying to get it and cover it, and he does.
I'm going to say it again. This is a young man. If we're to do a 3 stars, Ben, this is a young man that's worthy of one of those stars. He has made so many big stops. I know what you're thinking if you're just joining us. Yes, it's 4-0. This game right now could be at least double that.
At least.
If not for some of the heroics of this fine goaltender.
You get a good look there at Taggart Vandermolen. The mask off, readjusting. Face-off will be to his right.
Nice to see so many people in the stands watching this game right now, too. I know a lot of people are thinking about the main event, and I can't blame you. But some high-quality hockey happening here, too, Ben.
Oh, this is fun. I love this. I have such admiration for the players that are out there that take part in our program here in the States and all these sled teams around the country and around the world. Covered again by Vandermolen.
Run clock, Ben, excuse me, I'm sorry,
good.
7.5 to go here in the second period. United States has to find a way to generate some offense now.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that the makeup of this U.S. team, they've got 4 players that are on the Nashville sled team, 4 from the Bell Tire sled team. As Cozzolino had that go off his sticker, he might have had a chance to bury one in a wide open net. But that's how they're constructed on the U.S. side. Dufour plays it into space. Dunn digs in and gets back. Dufour was trying to make a play there on the puck. It was played ahead there by Daigle. Now carried inside of the zone. Look at McGregor on the edges. McGregor patiently onto Cozzolino. Cozzolino lost it. Now gets it back in front of himself. Flipped it there, looking for McGregor. Armstrong to it. Low shot.
One thing I notice about that 8 McGregor, that guy's vision is outstanding. Does that little spin move inside the line and kind of surveys the situation.
Yeah. Talented player. Good play there to keep it away from him, but it's kept in at the point there by Canada. And a good job there in the slot by the U.S. to knock that puck away. Just haven't been able to get up the ice and sustain any kind of pressure in this game. Armstrong quickly banks it off the kick plate. Cozzolino takes it. 3-on-2 here for Canada. Cozzolino with it. Patient, takes a look, lays it off. There's a chance, and a bar down rip. Tyler McGregor, thank you very much.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
I want to see that replay. I mean, that is a snipe. And just a moment ago, we were talking about his vision.
Yep.
How about his shooting here? Oh, baby. I think the pros are watching that saying, I wish I could get one of those away.
That's right. What a bullet. John Scott, I look across, he was watching that. The big 6'8" former NHLer, a play for the Canadian squad today. We had a big game in the last one we did, Sean, against the Rangers.
Couldn't be a nicer guy, too, Ben. You know, I think people know oftentimes those enforcers happen to be the nicest guys you'd meet. Too.
Funny, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing how that works out.
Yeah. Inside of 5 to go here in this second period. And a 5-0 lead for the Canadiens. Here they come. Trying to center that, looking in the direction of Daigle. Puck is batted around about 8 feet from the blue paint. Now to the left of the U.S. goal. Vila can't get it out. Armstrong, good keep. Challenge there by Casey Yates. McGregor in after it.
Wow, is he good?
He really is.
Head up the entire time. Look at that pass. Just couldn't connect.
Giveaway again by the U.S. onto the stick of Armstrong. Daigle had to hit the back of his sled. Wasn't able to play it. Cozzolino played it off, and McGregor again with another finish in tight at 6-0.
It is amazing to watch how they work with the puck. And I'm going to say it again, Ben. It's what the guys are doing without the puck. There's your pass. Look at McGregor setting himself up. He knows nobody's on that far wing. He'll take that all day.
Knows how to finish. Cozzolino, a big factor in this game. The take on him from Derek Dunn at the U.S. coach yesterday was great with his puck possession. We've seen that from 19. They're really all great with it.
It really is. And, you know, in the first period, it was number 4, James Dunn, that put on the show. This period, make no mistake about it, belongs to number 8, Tyler McGregor.
Yep. It's just across the river in Windsor, Ontario. U.S. again defending in their own end. Douglas pressured in there by James Dunn. He's got a pair of goals here today. Daigle, open options, cross ice. Dunn trying to redirect it. Vandermolen, good job to deny the chance there.
Well, that's what we've been talking about, and they get the opportunity down there and snipe it home, but that's what we've been talking about. For as much as Canada's on top, think of all the opportunities. That goaltender stopped. Was that Cozzolino that got that
I believe
there?
so, Sean.
That's done. Yeah, it was Cozzolino. But I'm going to say it again. My goodness gracious, if not for the heroics in net, I'd be afraid to say what the score would be right now.
7 spot on the board for Team Canada with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go here in period 2. U.S. trying to get possession, but they turn the puck over again at center. Cozzolino takes a look. He's given a bump there by Dufour. Vila couldn't get to the puck now. He'll come out and challenge. Played it off his body. That's Jones, I beg your pardon. Jones, good pass ahead for Warren. Warren 1-against-1 here against Armstrong, but a great job by Armstrong defending there. Armstrong's got a little bit of time. Surveys. Cozzolino, open space on that wing. Tape to tape. McGregor, look at him zipping ahead at the line. The handle with the right, now the left, goes back to the right, spins away. Up top to Cozzolino. Cozzolino, watched by Dufour. U.S. has it. They flip it out. Won't be an ice. They get it outside the zone.
Well, that's McGregor's go-to. You've seen him do it constantly, and it constantly works. Gain the line about 10 feet inside the line, do that spin, and kind of set things up from there.
Just over a minute to go in the period now. Canada wanting more. 7 on the board. Looking at McGregor in the slot. Just couldn't get a stick on it. Good defensive work in there to negate it by the U.S. U.S. trying to get something going here. It was Keith Fitzgerald able to get it out. No help, though, is coming in as James Dunn to take it away. Vandermolen serves it up there onto the stick of Jacob Jones. Yates got too far in front of it.
Just can't hold on to the puck. Canada's got an answer everywhere.
They sure do. Final 15 seconds now here in period number 2. Chipped ahead. McGregor will come back. Do they have enough time for one last push? Maybe. Up the wing, off the mark, and that'll negate that as the period will come to an end. And another dominant showing in that period, Sean. Canada leads after 2, 7-0.
Just can't generate any offense, Ben Holden, if you don't have the puck. And they just haven't had the puck much tonight.
They have not. We'll step aside. Short break in between the second and third here. Great to have you with us here on the Prep YouTube channel and Local 4+ here from Big Boy Arena in Fraser, Michigan, on a day all brought to us by the G.H. Pastor Foundation. Great causes, so many great charities they're helping out. We'll take a timeout and come back in a couple of minutes.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
The $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's restaurants. Choose from 8 great brew house favorites and get a free personal Pizookie dessert. That's a sweet deal.
Guide us along this path, this journey. And John Pastor is my husband's uncle. So about 2 years ago, he kind of connected and asked if we could be part of this foundation.
And just what has it done for you guys, since Ruby had been, with epilepsy? Just what has it done for you guys?
I think it's really shed some light on what epilepsy is. And little girls like Ruby who look like a typical child have like everyday struggles. And so it's really helped shine some light and some direction with epilepsy, and hopefully it brings awareness to other families and helps support them.
Ruby, I want to talk to you a little bit. What's your favorite part about being here today?
Probably getting face paint.
You haven't gotten your face painted yet, though.
Yeah, I'm going to after this.
You had to look professional to be on camera, right?
Yeah.
Well, I saw you down there. You were able to do the ceremonial puck drop. What was that like?
Dropping a puck.
Wasn't it cool, though? You were able to be down there with all the players?
Kinda. But yeah, I wanted to be on the ice.
Okay. Have you ever went ice skating before?
Yeah.
So you were a pro down there. You knew exactly how to maneuver your way around, right?
Yeah. And even if I wasn't, I could just slide through the team plays and go like, boom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we just wanted to thank you guys both so much for joining us today and really being a part of this entire day. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Ruby.
And thank you, Mom.
All right, we'll be right back.
Great stuff there in the intermission, and Ben and Sean back with you. And Sean, this has been a very impressive and a so far dominant showing from this Canada side. They have done pretty much whatever they wanted here.
It is amazing how well they work as a unit, how they just possess the puck, and no selfishness, no individuals out there. They really use each other as a unit, and boy, it shows. They are dominant right now.
Coached today in this game by Mike Theriault, Derek Donnett, who works and does so many great things with the Bell Tire Sled program here in the Metro Detroit area, coaching this U.S. side here today. Third period underway, and Canada on top by 7. See if the U.S. can come out here in the first couple of minutes and maybe get a little bit of push. Here is Jesus Vila coming in. Couldn't get a shot away. McGregor doing a massive second period. Been dominant, number 8. Able to play that puck out.
They just work so well together. There's a level of familiarity there, Ben, that you can tell these are players that know each other, they trust each other, and just work so well together.
Yes, they do. Jenkins now turns for the U.S. Has the puck double teamed over there, flipped it ahead, got it away from Dunn. Tyrone Henry back to get it. Corbin Watson's the goaltender for the Canadian side. He is the oldest player. He's 37 years old. By way of comparison, Charlie Warren, wearing 86 for the U.S., is 19. So average age around 25 with these young men out on the ice here today when it's all said and done. Here's Dunn picking the puck up inside of the line, coming back. Good job by Vila there. Bumped him off the puck. And it's cleared out by the American side.
Well, you have to have a lot of stamina. You know, if there's one thing that I hope you guys have picked up, is you see how hard these guys are working out there. It really is truly remarkable. And I'll tell you what, U.S. just bogged down in their own end all night here.
Relentless pressure from the Canadian side here throughout the game. They're in the O-zone again. Just out of the reach there of James Dunn. A couple of goals for him today. McGregor with the big second period, as we mentioned. He's been a dominant force. Gonzalino pressured there by Yates, kept it away from him. Vila came in trying to help out, win that puck battle in there. Chipped inside of the Canada end. Out comes Corbin Watson. Paddles it up through the corner.
He has not been very busy here tonight.
No.
Let's be honest, Ben.
No. Couple shots in the opening period and a couple that missed the net.
Yeah.
So, and we know it's, when you're a goalie, sometimes that's almost harder, right?
No question. How many times have you heard a keeper say he wants to be in the game? He wants to be in the game.
Keeps them in a rhythm, keeps them moving, keeps them loose, and you're watching at one end and your team's dominating. Sometimes you have those games, you may not even see it here, but 10, 12 shots is all you see, and the U.S. player in the corner gets right back on the edges of that sled. Canada's got it again, switching the hands, dish off there. Daigle waits, great job. Vandermolen, you've talked about him, Sean. He has kept this game what it is.
He really has. In my mind, he's been the U.S. star player here today. Centering pass picked off there, and a chance to finally get something going.
Digging in is Yates, but coming back and getting inside position is Henry. Going to call a penalty. And it's a penalty. It'll be called on Tyrone Henry. What a battle that was.
Oh, nice to see some smiles out there. So we'll see if the U.S. can get a little something going here.
Interference?
Yeah, we can say that.
Yeah. Or a trip, I guess. You could pick whichever one you want, but they call it a penalty. And they're going to award a penalty shot here, Sean.
Oh, how about this?
So Casey Yates, the puck laying at center. And here comes Casey Yates trying to get the Americans on the board. Comes in, got the right-handed handle with it. Oh, what a move, and he puts it in! A great finish from Casey Yates, and the U.S. is on the board.
How about Peter Forsberg going back to the Lillehammer Olympics, huh? A golden goal. Moves the goaltender to his left and pulls her back. Far post. What a beauty. The USA chant starts here. Oh, how cool is that?
That was terrific. Here's a look, Sean.
Needed that speed. Oh, baby.
That's a big bite.
That is. Well, it's all about making the keeper move first, right?
Yep.
And outweighted him, made him move, and then that Forsberg drag back the other way.
Yep, and as we come out live, Canada's gotten another goal here to make it 8-1. Cozzolino and McGregor down there making it all happen, and their dominance continues. But a great moment there for Casey Yates getting that goal for the U.S., get him on the board.
Yeah, this Canadian team, I mean, these guys up front, my goodness gracious, you know, you're talking about McGregor and Cozzolino and Dunn up front. They have been awesome tonight.
Cozzolino had one in the second period, gets another here in the third. 8-1 the score here with 9 and change to play in the game. Opening game of the day in the second alumni event, and here in the third one as well. I don't see this changing. This will be part of this event moving forward.
Well, it's interesting. Anybody who's a part of this, and Ben, I know I can speak for you here,
Yes.
says you let me know when the next one coming, I'll be there.
That's right.
And that's a testament to the work that John Pastor and Joe Neville and a cast of many have put in to make this an annual event.
Yep, it's very near and dear to their heart, and the turnout you and I have heard from many players, the former NHL guys, as McGregor gets free here, gets a look, dishes it down, the redirect off the mark, that guys want to play in this. They're hearing about it. They want to get involved, and more guys have been added on the Wings team and on the Montreal side for this year, this event here, the third one.
It's so cool. I had a player tell me downstairs as I was chatting to him, I can't believe how many guys are here, as there they go again. That's Tyler McGregor. Waiting out Vander Molen and slipping it underneath them. As Canada's dominance continues, they go up 9-1 with just under 8 minutes to go. Look at just wait him out, and then slip it under.
Beautifully done. And this Canada team, they hadn't won, not this team particularly, but the Canadian national team. They had won the World Championship in about a decade. Derek Donna told us yesterday, he said, well, guess what? They won it last year. They beat the U.S. And you mentioned, too, and the outset of the broadcast, it's always, I mean, this could be a tiddlywinks match against these two countries, and it would meet everything, right?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yep.
It really is. And, you know, Ben, I've been fortunate to see it at many different levels.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just yet another level with the great rivalry between U.S. and Canada in hockey.
Terrific. Down the wall comes Fitzgerald, plays it with the right hand. Good defensive work turned in there. That was done over there. Broke the puck up, McGregor. They are not letting off the throttle. Up 9-1. You'd think they were down 9-1, but they are playing with speed, with pace, and determination. Here comes the U.S. now. Yates had to wait at the line. He's got the Americans' goal. Penalty shot earlier here in the period. It has been tough sledding for the U.S. here in this match. Not much generated offensively. Canada gets it out again. Played ahead for the dangerous McGregor. Daigle joins the rush. McGregor avoids the hit, sort of, stays with it. One-timed it down there and got it toward Vander Molen, who will hold for a face-off.
Boy, there's McGregor. How many times have we said it here tonight? You know, he gains entry into the attacking zone, And a lot of times he just kind of stops, surveys the situation. That time he thought it best just to throw it to the net, and he nearly got rewarded. What a fun event this is. And yes, the score is 9-1, but Ben, you look down there and you see a whole heck of a lot of smiles, and that's what it's all about.
It sure is. Face-off goes the way of the U.S. here. Jenkins waits in the corner. Off a body, the U.S. gets it out. Canada will have to get back on side. To the wing there. Nicely done, handled here by Dunn. Dunn zips in the right wing side. Still has it, centered it. Vila was there to knock it away.
Listen, you got a full band in here right now.
Orchestra.
Yeah, they're going old school Chicago right now.
I love it.
25 or 6-4.
That's right. Hustling back here is Canada. That's Rob Armstrong. Plenty of speed. Takes a shot from Vila. Played it ahead for Cozzolino. Cozzolino, Dufour. Good back check. Daigle with a shot. Fought off by Vandermolen. And he'll hang on.
One thing I've noticed this Canadian Sled team does, Ben, I'm sure you picked it up, they overload the far wing.
Yep.
They'll send a winger down and they'll send a defender down to give two options in the back door. And that back door's been open very often here today.
Just over 4 to play. D-zone draw here for the U.S. Armstrong, good hustle to get over there and pound that puck back down the wall to keep it inside of the zone. Tough handle for the U.S. there. McGregor gets to it. Look at him spinning ahead for Dunn, but a good read there turned in from the U.S. Able to break that play up was Chris Douglas, one of their captains. Vladimir Konstantinov on the U.S. side. Haven't seen Vladdy out there a lot today, but he has been out a few shifts.
Just great to see him out here anyway, and smiling and waving at people. Still means so much to so many.
Oh, he sure does. Forever a Detroit and a Michigan legend. McGregor flips on. Cozzolino. Vandermolen. Tight to that post.
Well, you'd be hard-pressed to figure out the #1 star here today. Dunn could make a case for it.
This guy.
McGregor, in my mind, is probably the #1, but my goodness gracious, just a lot of talent out there. But let's not forget about 19 as well. Cozzolino's been pretty darn good as well.
Yep. I don't know how official this will be, but if I had to pick him, I'd go Vandermolen, I'd go 3, I would go Dunn 2nd, and McGregor 1.
My exact order. That's exact. And all jokes aside, I think Kane has been the best. Nice little move there by Cozzolino to add to it.
Yep.
Almost like Cozzolino heard us and said, hey
wait,
guys,
what about me?
Come on, give me some love here. And he converts again.
Yep. Here's a look back, another dominant play from him.
Boy, look at that pass. What a lovely little pass, that move. Boy, Vandermolen's probably made 211 stops unofficially here tonight.
Busy day for him, and hung in there and done everything he could here. It's 10-1 Canada score here. Just over 2 to play in the alumni matchup between the Wings and the Canadiens, set to begin at 2. Daigle trying to redirect that one in front. A star-studded matchup that'll be, with former stars for both clubs.
So many Stanley Cups involved for both teams. Pretty darn cool.
Hall of Famers, 50 goal scorers, all-stars, you name it. That game has it. Cozzolino looking for more, shoots, and a save made by Vandermolen there. Tough one, but he made it with the trapper.
Now this one's winding down. No losers in a game like this. These athletes, and that's exactly what they are, put on a darn good show for us, and we appreciate them being a part of this. Look at that match.
Beauty.
Isn't that a beauty?
Beauty.
Vandermolen handcuffed him for a second. He said, all right, enough of that. I'm just going to freeze this, get the draw in our zone.
Face-off won by Canada with less than a minute to go here in the game. Well, we wish all these athletes the very best moving forward. Mentioned earlier about the Paralympics in 2026. Those will take place in Milan. Of course, the Winter Olympics will be held, and all these players out here are going to have a chance to play for their countries in those games. It would be safe to say that number 8, probably 19 and 4 are going to be in that for Canada. There's another play. Cozzolino, again, didn't like our 3 stars picks and scores again.
Yeah, it took the home run pass, and boy, he had a long breakaway, a lot of time to think about it. I think that's going to put this game on ice. Just a dominant performance from Canada here today, and they come away with an 11-1 victory. Watch this.
Oh.
Wait, boom. No problem there. But as I said, no losers here today.
Nope.
Props to all these athletes for working their tail off out there and putting on a show for all of us. And one of the best things in sports right here, Ben, the teams lining up and shaking hands after the game. A lot of smiles out there on both squads.
Yep. Awesome job by both these teams. And Mike Theriault, the coach of the Canadian side. There's McGregor with the helmet off. Derek Donnet, thanks to Derek for all he does to help us, and continued success to Derek, his family, and the Bell Tire program. And again, to all these athletes out there, they're all going to have a chance to represent their country in a little over a year and a half or thereabouts in the Paralympic Games. And they'll continue on. There's a good league, 5-6 teams in that league around the country that so many of these players play in, and it is terrific to see in the sport of sled hockey.
Isn't it? It's fantastic. Even going over, getting the fist pumps from the officials, pretty cool. And Ben, one of the things that happened after our game when they played the Rangers last spring is a lot of the pro guys, the Rangers and the Red Wings, came out and wanted to take a picture with these guys. And I think that's pretty cool as they go to center ice and salute the fans here today. No, fellas, thank you for putting on a good show for us.
Yeah, last year it was Derek Donnett's Bell Tire Club, and they took on the New York Sled Rangers in that game. And there's the backside of the group picture they'll take at center ice. Pretty cool stuff, and we tip our hat to all these athletes for what they do, their commitment, their love, their passion for their sport. It is great to see, and we wish them all the very best moving forward from this game on.
Just a win for everybody. This is one of those days. Make no mistake about it. A win for everybody. And we've got the main event coming up. Again, the Habs alumni taking on the Wings alumni. The vaunted Alumni Cup. Make no mistake about that.
It'll be fun. That's expected to get going at 2 o'clock Eastern time. Canada wins this one 11-1 for Sean Belige and all of our crew. Ben Holden saying thanks for watching here on Local 4 Plus and the Prep YouTube channel. Stick around. Carol Isles and company will guide you through the next 40 minutes or thereabouts, well, about 50 minutes actually, until we get ready for the alumni game between, as Sean said, the Red Wings and the Montreal Canadiens. We'll see you at the top of the hour.
Welcome inside Big Boy Arena here in Fraser, Michigan. We are gearing up for an incredible alumni matchup here today alongside Sean Belegian and Meltdown. My name is Kara Lyles. Sean, I want to start with you. We have so many legends taking the ice in this alumni game today. Just what are you expecting out of those guys?
You know, it's so great to see so many of these guys at these events. And there are smiles early on, but Kara, as you know, then the competitive juices start to fly. And as you mentioned, so many stars, so many darn good hockey players. People are in for a treat today.
What do you think there's going to be any smack talking down there? I mean, you know these guys pretty well.
No, there's no doubt about it. And, you know, Meltdown's going to have an up-close and personal view of some of that stuff. Hey, you got to remember, some of these guys have been competing with each other 40, 45 years. It's amazing. You know, when you look at the age discrepancies in some of these players today, you know, there's a pretty big era being represented. And most importantly, you know, you say it all the time, everybody's going to have fun, but it's for some great charities as well.
Absolutely. And Meltdown, I wanted to ask you, you're going to be amongst all the guys down there. What are you expecting out of them?
Well, as far as trash talking is concerned, I'm not going to hear much of it because the glass is too high for me to hear. But there will be for sure. But as Sean was talking about, it's like some of these guys have known each other for years. It would be like me going back to a radio station I worked at 30 years ago and connecting, and they probably just pick up where they left off. But before we go back to Sean, I just had to show you this picture of John Scott and myself from last year where he said, boy, my little boy is really growing up. So I had to get that signed.
That is just incredible. We're so excited to hear all the things that you're going to bring us down there from in the benches. But another thing that I wanted to talk to you guys about is just the GH Pastor Foundation and all of the things that they are doing here today, but also this week. Just so many events. Why is it so important to you, Meltdown, to be able to be a part of this event?
You know, look, I've been fortunate in my life to do a bunch of great things and raise a great family and just, you know, have a decent life. But I try to help out other people whenever I can. And look, Sean will probably back me up on this. When we're talking about hockey, count me in. I'll do charity hockey all day long.
Sean, what does it mean to you to be a part of such a special and major event here
When
today?
you can bring the worlds together of bringing so many unbelievable athletes for a great cause, everybody wins. And Kara, word is getting around. I'm sure Meltdown can attest to this. Some of the guys that I covered in my career have reached out to me and said, what's up with this alumni game? Why am I just hearing about this? So word is starting to get out there. This is a win-win. You see some of the heroes from yesteryear who can still go, make no mistake about that, and you're touching so many lives. I mean, what isn't there to be excited about? And it's just an honor. I think I can speak for you guys. It's an honor to be here. And, you know, two old rivalries in the Habs and the Wings, and we hope they renew their rivalry now that they're both in the Eastern Conference. It's been so long since they met in the playoffs, 1978 to be precise, and hopefully pretty soon we'll see a Habs Wings tilt in the playoff.
Playoffs?
You heard it here first. All right, well, we have got all the action coming up next. Sean and Ben Holden will be on the call. And Meltdown from By the Benches. We have all of that coming up next.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
The $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's restaurants. Choose from 8 great brew house favorites and get a free personal Pizookie dessert. That's a sweet deal.
When I think of Special Olympics, it's one of those things where you leave and you're like, hey, I feel good in my heart. Every time I go home, it's just a very fulfilling feeling when you leave here.
I think one of the things that I've noticed over the years is you volunteer for a lot of different things, and then you come and volunteer with Special Olympics, and I think a lot of people that might not understand what Special Olympics athlete represents, and I think a lot of people walk out and see a different humanization of the athletes to recognize that they're no different.
Special Olympics it's the portion of sports that you don't always get to experience, but you want to.
Special Olympics is exciting and rewarding for both the athletes and the volunteers.
I think volunteering is important because it's helping somewhere where help is needed and help may not otherwise be given. So it's important for something like Special Olympics for Unified Champion Schools, because in order to help these teams like thrive and even just function and be like an operational team that can go places and can compete, we need people. Like there really needs to be people to support these students so that everything is done safely and done to the very best of one's ability.
I think that over the time that I've been there, I've seen many of the athletes grow. It's just like it's a family. It's a family.
I love the fact that we can just connect with so many people and so many backgrounds and so many athletes, because they all just have a great attitude and they just want to have fun.
It takes a lot of volunteers to make Special Olympics happen, whether that's officials, running tournaments, the headquarters. So really that central word I would say is community.
Special Olympics, it's my family. I mean, it's part of us. It's part of who we are, and I feel like it's one of the most fulfilling things in my life.
Come and try it. Volunteer for half a day or full day, whatever, to get involved, and see where that leads you.
I think giving back is huge. I mean, I think we're all here on earth to give back to some degree.
Just come and join us. Come and see the fun that we have. Come and see the joy that the athletes bring to my life. It truly is like no expectations. Come as you are, be yourself, and that really is, it's one of the best opportunities to volunteer out there.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
Four wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Welcome back. We continue to inch closer to the opening face-off in this Alumni Cup game, the third one here, brought to you by the G.H. Pastor Foundation. Ben Holden, Sean Belegia, good to be with you again, Sean. We had the sled hockey game to start us off. Canada was dominant in that against the U.S. These are fun games, man. A lot of these players played against each other in their careers. There's guys, Red Berenson's 85, Louis LeBlanc's in his mid-30s. Every age range, every era is covered between these two original six teams.
And such a great rivalry. It really is. It's a shame that for so many years you saw Detroit in the West and you saw Montreal in the East. And, you know, since things have been aligned, I keep waiting for these two old rivals to get together in the playoff. We're still waiting. It's been a long time. You have to go all the way back to 1978. But boy, I'll tell you what, a Montreal-Detroit series would be epic. That's what our fathers and grandfathers grew up with, Ben, is Habs and wings so many times, especially in the 1950s. But hey, you know what? It's great to renew acquaintances. And this is our third game now. We saw Bruins, we saw the Rangers, and now we see Les Habitants.
And so we're calling the Maple Leafs and the Blackhawks to get involved in this. That would be fun, and I'm very confident that those conversations are happening as you get a look at the warm-ups continuing. Got a slight delay here. We're told the Foster family is making their way to the arena. They had some kind of hold-up, and you know, let's remember Dwight Foster, who passed away in early January, and his son Alex is playing in this game. Alex played at Bowling Green in his college days and played a few years of pro hockey, so what a cool thing that will be to honor the Foster family. But that's kind of what we're waiting for right now. Be a little bit of a delay in the start time, but that's where we're at right now.
And you know what, Ben? You know, you hear names like that, so many names, not only on the wing side, but on the Habs side, and it harkens you back to when you were a kid. It harkens you back to watching Chris Nyland, and he'll be on the bench. I had a chance to meet with a guy by the name of Gilbert Dion. You might remember Dion, and really a stud in the IHL in particular. I took a picture with him back in 1992, and I got another one with him in 225.
Love it.
How pretty cool is that? But hey, this is fantastic, and the thing that we always remind people, while we're having fun, while we're watching the game, is why we're here. And that's a cool thing. The G.H. Pastor Foundation helping so many people out there. Matthew Dandino, of course, a guy who played for both teams. There's the legend, Mickey Redmond himself. So he played for both teams. So pretty cool atmosphere out here in Fraser.
All right, we'll step aside. No, I'm told we're going to step aside. No, I'm told we're staying. Are we staying? We're staying. Okay, we got that straight. So we'll continue on here. The warm-ups are complete, and the Canadians making their way off. Bit of a different look. There's Brian Smolinski, and man, what a star-studded roster. We'll talk about the wings. Darian Hatcher, Red Berenson, Ron Duguay, Kirk Maltby. You mentioned Mickey, Drew Miller, Dino Cicerelli, a late call-up, and that's a pretty good substitution. Dino coming in. Kevin Miller, Brad May, McCarty, Ogrodnik, Ward, Reed Larson, Jimmy Howard, Tim Taylor, Danny DeKaiser. I mean, just to name several of the Wings alumni playing here today.
Yeah, pretty cool. I had a pretty funny moment before things got started today, Ben. I had a chance to walk down to the Montreal locker room and shake hands with some guys and meet some guys for the first time. And it was funny because our buddy Joe Neville was saying, well, you'll appreciate this. They were all speaking in French in there. I mean, half the room is Quebecois. So, you know, I know enough that where I could pretty much understand things. And it really is, for people out there, hockey in the province of Quebec is so huge. And the Montreal Canadiens, of course, front and center for many of those hockey fans in Quebec.
You saw the Canadiens alumni roster. There is the Red Wing alumni side. Tim Taylor, a late ad as well. Rob Laurie, Jimmy Howard, and Pat Nagel will be the goaltenders for the Wings alumni. Dave Lewis will be the coach along with Nick Libet. Let's go now, ice level, to John Horrigan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to Big Boy Arena. Today's in the Montreal Canadiens alumni and the Detroit hockey legends. How are you doing? Woo! Today's game is being brought to And now, let's meet today's lineups. First, introducing the Montreal Canadiens Alumni. Number 5, Alain Cote. Number 14, Oleg Petrov. Number 20, Brian Smolinski. Number 20, Zach Redmond. Number 22, John Scott. Number 25, Matthew David. Number 26, Pierre Dagenet. Number 27, Lucien Debois. Number 27, Gilbert Delorme. Number 30, Cedric Desjardins. Number 36, Sergio Momesso. Number 38, Craig Nienhuis. Number 39, Brian Skrudlin. Number 40, Ben Scrivens. Number 43, Mike Weaver. Number 45, Gilbert Dion. Number 47, Brendan Nash. Number 51, David Desharnais. Number 71, Louis LeBlanc. Number 72, Eric Cole. Introducing your coaches. He played 14 years in the NHL with Montreal, St. Louis, and Philadelphia. A 1980 Stanley Cup finalist. A goalie coach for many years. It's Phil Neer. And your head coach today, 13 years in the NHL, 5th all-time in penalties in the history of the league. The 1986 Stanley Cup champion. And he's got a great podcast, Tough as They Come, Fighting Back, Prison Island. Folks, give it up for your Montreal Canadiens alumni. And now, let's meet the Detroit Red Wings. First, number 4, Jack LaRose. Number 7, Red Berenson. Number 10, Ron Duguay. Number 18, Ian White. Number 20, Drew Miller. Number 20, Alex Foster. Number 20, Mickey Redmond. Number 22, Guillermo Cesarelli. Number 23, Kevin Miller. Number 24, Brad May. Number 25, John O'Grodnick. Number 27, Aaron Ward. Number 28, Reed Larson. Number 30, Rob Laurie. Number 31, Nick Kaiser. Number 35, Jimmy Howard. Number 35, Pat Nagel. Number 37, Tim Taylor. Number 65, Danny DeKaiser. Your coaches, Red Wings legend left winger, 14 years in the league, Nick Libet. And 16-year veteran defenseman, a 3-time Stanley Cup champion, Coach Dave Lewis. Your officials today are Greg Ames, Scott Hobart, Ian Morton, and Angelo D'Amico. Folks, applause for all the players here today. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to sing the national anthem before today's game, she is a legend of the Red Wings, over 30 years singing the national anthem. Please welcome Karen Newman. This is the Foster family. Today's game is dedicated to Dwight Foster.
Familiar voice, Karen Newman, handling the national anthems here today. Getting a little bit closer to this game getting underway, and Red Wing alumni and the Montreal Canadiens alumni.
Great that you have the Foster family out there at center ice as well.
Touched on Dwight passing away in January. His son Alex wearing number 20 getting into the picture there. What a great tribute, great moment for their family.
No doubt about that. See Reed Larson, John Ogrodnik heading out there as well. Two guys that played with Dwight in the 80s, of course.
Dwayne Foster, Genevieve Elkins, Leighton Elkins, Rowan Elkins, Finley Elkins, Emerson Elkins, and Laura Elkins, and Nina Elkins. All for your dad, your grandfather, your uncle. Let's hear for the Foster Representing the Detroit Red Wings at center ice, number 28, Reed Larson, and number 25, John Ogrodnik. And back in Boston, they gave your dad, your husband, the nickname Dewey. So today, we play for Dewey Foster. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Reed. Thank you, John. Again, Marianne Foster, Alexander Foster, Kelly Foster, Jack Foster, Piper Foster, Dwayne Foster, Genevieve Elkins, Leighton Elkins, Rowan Finley, and Emerson Elkins, and Laura and Nina Elkins. The Foster family, everybody, a round of applause.
See some of the Montreal players making their way over to shake hands and sure send their condolences to the Foster family there. Tremendous. The hockey community on full display.
Yeah, no doubt about that. So many guys know each other. That's just the way it is. They play together. Even if for just a little while, they get to know each other in the off season. And for such a large community at the same time, then it's a very, very small community.
Sure is a tangled web, and see Alex there talking with Joe Neville. Joe, so instrumental in organizing all this, and all the great people involved in the G.H. Pastor Foundation put it together, the charity, and started the legacy back in 2023. We'll see how the legs are for the boys here, Sean, momentarily, getting ready to get going here.
Yeah, they've been raring to go for a while. I gotta be honest, I love what they've done with that classic Habs jersey.
You like it?
Yeah, that's a cool look. So many little tidbits. The H in their crest, contrary to popular belief, does not stand for Habs. It does not stand for Habs. It's Club de Hockey Canadien.
There you go.
Habs is a nickname that was given to them by the former owner of the New York Rangers. Les Habitants is a French-Canadian firm. Word that loosely translated is like a Quebecois farmer. And he was so mad his team was being beaten, he said, "We're being beaten by a bunch of Habs." And it struck.
History lesson with Sean Belich.
Oh, I got a million of them, you know that.
I do know that. Love it. Great to be with you and all of our crew. Meltdown is the third member of our crew. Down ringside. Love the look from the officials, the old school throwback look. We're set to go, and the living legend, Red Berenson, 85 years young. Is he trash talking David Desharnais, do you think?
No doubt in my mind. You got to remember, he played in Montreal, so I'm sure he's got a few choice words to use.
I'm sure. And Desharnais lets the face-off go the way of the Red Wings. Reed Larson starting on the back end. Berenson playing with Brad May on one side and Tim Taylor on the other. Aaron Ward out there on the back end with Reed Larson.
And Red is a treasure. I don't care who you root for. I'm as green as it gets. It's a 2-on, 3-on-1 coming here.
Look out here, right in, and they sweep it wide of the net. Cedric Desjardins in between the pipes here for the Canadiens. Getting the start here. Rob Laurie getting the nod, the former Western Michigan Bronco. At the other end for the Red Wings. Taylor now down low, and Desjardins sliding over, makes the stop there.
Oh, great opportunity early, and Cedric Desjardins showing everybody, hey, listen, I'm not to be trifled with today.
Brad May was the one denied there. He came off the ice with a smile on his face. Now Desharnais made his way up through the ranks in the American Hockey League, and he sends the puck over, and that baby is in. Snipe up top from the Canadiens. Pierre Dagenet puts that one home.
And what a snipe that was, going straight upstairs. Nothing you could do. We'll take a look at the replay here. Play developed very quickly. Watch him walk in. My goodness. Early lead for the Habs.
So now you got Ron Duguay out there with Drew Miller up front for the Wings. Dino Ciccarelli on the other wing. Danny DeKeyser on the near side point. Ian White's out there making an appearance. He was one of those guys that in the offseason heard about this and said, hey, I want to get in on this. And it's great to see as they continue to grow and build here in the third installment of it.
So many of these guys could still go. Boy, good poke there by Duguay as Oleg Petrov was setting up in prime position. I'm a little confused. He wore the numero 6 as a Hab and wearing 14 now, huh?
Ron Duguay still got the locks flowing. No bucket for him. John Ogrodnikin steered away by Desjardins. Now the side of the crease there as Ciccarelli took a whack at it, and Desjardins will freeze it.
A lot of smiles out there. You could see Lucien Deblois trying to clear the crease down in front. A couple different guys wearing 27 out there. Vonset, Gilbert Delorme, and Lucien Deblois.
Red Wings have 3 wearing number 20. Mickey, of course, Drew Miller, and Alex Foster. So some multiple numbers. Ian White, Kirk Maltby, both wearing 18 for the Wings as well. Only 165, and that's Danny DeKeyser out there up top. Now the puck comes free and onto the stick of Louis LeBlanc. He's the youngest player in this game in his mid-30s. Former first overall pick. Mickey slowing that one up, allowing his teammate to jump on the puck there. That was Kevin Miller. Now LeBlanc gets it back, plays it into the slot. John Scott, who had a big game last year playing for the Rangers, his first shot is gobbled up.
Good read there, coming out, not giving him anything to shoot at. Like to see that. Aaron Ward, of course. Longtime Red Wing, Carolina Hurricane, multiple Stanley Cups.
Boston.
I got to give him the business. He and I had a very heated discussion last year. Who was going to win the Stanley Cup, the Florida Panthers or the New York Rangers? I got to remind him we had that discussion.
You will need to do that afterwards, I'm sure. And Aaron Ward out there playing on the ice now with the guy that coached him at Michigan, Red Berenson. Here's a centering pass and another stop there from Laurie, but he can't stop the second one as Brian Smolinski, the former Spartan, gets in there and puts his side up 2-0.
Yeah, play starts with Dion centering in front, and Brian Smolinski, part of that 07-08 Habs team, grabs his own rebound, buries it home. And the Habs out to an early 2-0 lead. Chirping a little with Brad May out there. They both have big smiles on their face.
8 different teams Smolinski played for in the National Hockey League. First overall pick of Boston back in the early 90s when he was at Michigan State. Centering pass there off the stick of Reed Larson. Another Spartan out there, Mike Weaver. His first appearance in the alumni showcase here. Brad May trying to sneak in off the skate, though, with a D there. Hit Brendan Nash. Now here comes Detroit now with it. Kaiser wanted the puck, didn't get it. Weaver has it now for the Canadiens.
You can see the pace starting to pick up a little bit here. DeKeyser a little more activated on that blue line.
Canadians have it. Down low, they work it. Desharnais tried to bank one in. He's crafty. He did a lot of that in the National Hockey League.
Sure did. Not the biggest guy, but boy, oh boy, did that kid play with heart.
He sure did. Worked his way up through the ranks. Got a long-term deal with the Canadiens for a couple of years in Hamilton in the American Hockey League. Now the Wings in tight. Here's a chance. Ian White. And that one is stopped by Desjardins, former teammate of David Desharnais.
Boy, isn't it amazing? I'll tell you, Ben, when we do these games, there's a goaltender that makes a case for himself early, and that's what you're seeing out of Cedric Desjardins right now. He's made a couple big stops. to keep this 2-0 Habs.
They control it off the draw. The Kaiser jumping down into the corner. Eric Cole, who was on the Red Wings alumni team last April. The Rangers were in here. Desharnais looking for a little bit of help. Tries to step around Ian White. Still with it is Desharnais. Working down in the corner is Desharnais along with Matthew Dandino. Desharnais into the slot with it. Played off. Eric Cole wanted to shoot it. Lane Cote playing it on. Eric Cole, he had a big game last year for the Red Wings in that April game against the Boston Bruins. Danny DeKeyser looking to throw it ahead at the line. Now Drew Miller gives it off, and there's a shot missing the net was Dino Ciccarelli.
Miller and DeKeyser look like they can still go, don't they?
They do.
Danny's in great shape. He's really stood out here.
Yep. Danny now the vice president of the Alumni Association. Drew Miller, the president of it. Two guys that Danny spent a decade playing here. Drew was in that range as well in his time in the league. Mickey Redmond.
Sergio Momesso using that big body to try to clog things up.
Here's Alex Foster in, trying to float it around the pad, and Desjardins got a piece. Just enough. Oleg Petrov, man, he was fun to watch in his prime.
He could fly.
Now the Canadiens get it back. Finding Petrov at center. No one in the neighborhood. He'll skate it in and play it back high in the slot. Now they'll play it off a little bit on the left side. Laurie to stop. Wings are there.
Rob Laurie's a great guy as well. As you mentioned, college guy. But I'll tell you, I had a chance to hang out with him at a Red Wings game. What a great guy. So many of these guys are.
Yeah.
Man, make no mistake about it.
Yeah. Michigan guy through and through from Lansing. Played at Western. Nearly 7 minutes gone here in the opening period. A couple of goals from the Canadiens. He's slinging ahead now. Ian White, good stick there to knock it away from the famous 39, Brian Skrudland.
He and Mike McPhee worked so well together on numerous lines in his time with the Habs.
Mm-hmm.
Won multiple Stanley Cups, one in Montreal, one in Dallas.
John Scott calls Traverse City, Michigan home now. Proud Michigan Tech Husky. Let's check in with Meltdown ringside.
Well, we're here with Brad May and Mazer. How's things going out there for you?
I don't know about out here, but life is outstanding. Having a great time, and still get to put the skates on and raise some money for charity. It's fantastic.
Now, the hero, your hero, I should say, the Niagara Falls Thunder, wanted me to talk to you about Dollar Beer Night.
Dollar Beer Night at the Bond Villa. The Bonnie House, by the way, I was 17. Probably shouldn't have been in that establishment.
I didn't say you were 17.
But you know what? In Canada, that's the way we do it.
It's a lot of fun seeing all these guys out here. Of course, you were telling me earlier, and I didn't know if you guys knew this up in the booth, but you are partially the reason why Drew Miller came to the Red Wings.
I'm literally the reason, outside of him being a good hockey player and earning his right. Drew and I we played on the Anaheim Ducks. We won a Stanley Cup together. Luckily enough, we beat the Detroit Red Wings in the conference final. Drew had left our team and was actually playing for the Tampa Bay Lightning, was put on waivers. And we went on a road trip. And Mike Babcock called me up to his seat at the front of the plane and would basically ask me, what do you think about Drew Miller? Here's the thing, be careful for what you wish for. I was lucky enough to actually speak good things and promote Drew, and sure enough, the next day he becomes a Detroit Red Wing. 3 or 4 months later, Brad's career's over because Drew Miller's playing and I'm not. So, you know what, he's still my buddy, but there's a moment when I see him, I'm a little irked.
Brad May, of course, a former Red Wing, a Buffalo Sabre. Can't forget May Day, of course. Rick Jeanneret, God rest his soul.
You know what? For hockey fans and whatever, Rick Jeanneret, he's a Hall of Famer. One of the best. He's tied with me the rest of my life from that day in 1993. I scored a goal. It's my nickname from that point on. I get recognized around the hockey world as Mayday, not Brad anymore. It's just Mayday, and I'm awfully grateful. And it's been an unbelievable ride.
Well, I'll tell you what, Ben is up there in the booth right now. And, of course, last time I saw this guy in person was at a Steel Panther concert, so we were rocking out that night.
Absolutely. Hang loose, baby.
Back up to you guys.
Love it, Meltdown. Always talking rock, and great to see Mayday in the house. Of course, that was back in 1993. Overtime goal. He beat Andy Moog, and 4 times Mayday, 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 Mayday from Rick Jeanneret. A legendary call, as you heard Brad talk about there.
I'll never forget it. Sweeping the Bruins. Unbelievable. And just the look of joy on Brad May's face when he scored that goal. Certainly one of the most memorable calls ever.
Nearing the midway point here in period 1. The Canadiens, the upper hand here so far, leading 2-0. Ron Duguay carried in, wants the puck back, doesn't get it. Wings still have it, centered, knocked away by Brian Smolinski. Lays it up the wing. Canadiens carry in. Low shot, good stick stop there from Rob Laurie. You don't see the goalies covering too much in this game, Sean. They want to keep the pace going, right?
That's exactly it, no doubt. What Meltdown did forget to mention, sorry for the shot here, Meltdown, is after the Sabres won that series, they went and played the Montreal Canadiens.
Let me guess.
And were promptly swept out of the playoffs.
Yes.
Sorry, Meltdown.
Well, that's a year or two familiar with those that follow the National Hockey League. The last time a Canadian team has won the Cup, in fact.
Gilbert Dion, who's on the ice tonight, won one of the games in overtime that series.
Yes, he did. So much talent, so much history, all these great players together here on this Saturday afternoon in Fraser, Michigan, here from Big Boy Arena. Here's Danny DeKeyser now. Good stick from Eric Cole. Competitive juices. They both have a little tap for one another. Now look out, Desharnais against DeKeyser in. Shoots, and a save from Laurie off the shoulder. He didn't know where it was.
Well, his defender was there to sweep her out of harm's way as here comes the Habs again, 3 of them.
Dump back for Desharnais, back to Cole, Eric Cole. Big contract he got when he went up to Montreal. His career ended with the Red Wings. Back issues just plagued him the last few years he played. Back on the Canadiens again. Carried inside of the line by Dagenet. He's got a goal here. Desharnais centers, and nearly a third goal there, just off the mark there, off the stick of Zach Redmond.
Yeah, he didn't miss by much. A nice feed there from Desharnais.
Look out here, White with a turnover, and they score. The tool man, Tim Taylor, capitalizing there on the look from White, and it's 2-1 now.
That's a nice feed from White, and take a look at Taylor, still showing some hands. We'll take a look at this replay in just a moment, but you love to see that. Wait, boom. How about that? Little break in the action here as some of the Catholic Central squad comes out, cleans the ice. Of course, Catholic Central, Ben, I know you follow the high school ranks around here. 6 straight state championships.
Congrats.
How about that?
Congrats.
Coach Kalinicki, guy we've both known for a long time, doing a fantastic job.
Well, let's get down to ice level. Meltdown with more.
Yeah, with Brian Scrutlin this time, NHL legend, of course. How's things going for you out there?
Legend in my own mind, nonetheless. Great to be here. This is a fantastic event, and we thank all the people for coming out.
Yeah, the Habs, Dallas Stars, Florida Panthers, they just won a cup last year. You feel connected to that team at all?
Well, it was so nice.
You were there for a while.
It's still nice to still be associated, and General Manager Bill Zito reached out and got us some tickets for that finals in Edmonton, and yeah, it was really a lot of fun. Classy guy, classy organization, and so proud of them to win that Stanley Cup, no doubt about it.
And one of the things you're known for is that super fast overtime goal. There was one scored the other day in like 4 seconds. You see that?
I did the other day. Now, if they lined up like that 5-on-5 in overtime, my record will be broken tomorrow, but it's hung in there for almost 30 years now, so it's pretty good.
That's awesome. Well, Brian, great to see you. Thanks for coming out and thanks for supporting this great cause.
Thanks for having us. We appreciate it.
Brian Scrudlin.
Cheers.
Thanks, Meltdown. Yeah, that was in 1986. Game 2 against Calgary, 9 seconds in, and Brandon Montour, the overtime goal that Meltdown referenced the other night, 4 seconds in.
Watching both games, I'll never forget that. Not that I pay attention to stuff like this, but May 18th, 1986, Sunday night, took a feed from McPhee and buried it past Mike Vernon. And the other night, I couldn't help but think of Brian Scrudlin. When Montour beat Lane Hudson, as Brian was talking about, you're playing the 3-on-3.
Yep.
Lane, a defenseman, not usually used to being in that position. Montour just blew right past him and beat Dobish over the shoulder. So fantastic. But that changed that whole 1986 Stanley Cup. People forget Calgary won Game 1. Montreal won that Game 2. Never looked back.
Of course, Patrick Waugh in his rookie year that year, and he'd win one more cup before moving out of Montreal. So the dry scrape, a little cleanup around the edges, and the crease is complete. Waiting to drop the puck here between Red Berenson and Oleg Petrov, as last couple of the young men that are out there helping in the cleanup make their way off of the ice surface. 8:04 to go here in the period. 2-1 Montreal on top. I enjoy just watching these players, Sean. They're just kind of standing there on the draw. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you been? I haven't seen you in 20 years.
Yep, that's what it is, and they still do so many little things right. You know, it's fascinating to see all the things. Their minds are just at a different level than we mere mortals.
Yep. Montreal wanted a penalty call there. The trip at the line, none called. We play on. Played up to the line, but the D had jumped in. Now Brad May comes in with Tim Taylor looking for his second. It's going to be laid back here. A chance for Aaron Ward, a save by Desjardins. Now it's Oleg Petrov with it, with some steam up the right wing. Still with it, leaving his way in. Aaron Ward there defensively. Puck turned over, Red Berenson. We'll get it into the middle to Ian White. He looks good out there. Of course, he played, I believe, as recently as last year, did Ian White.
Boy, Oleg Petrov can still move. It's been a while. I remember him coming in the early 90s, and boy, he could fly back then, and he showed you a little piece of that right there on that last rush.
His line comes off for the time being, and the big fella John Scott's out there on left wing now. A mountain of a man.
Boy, is he big.
I got to bring it up because Meltdown has a picture with him.
Yeah.
But I hope before this broadcast is complete, somehow makes air. Unless he showed it in the on-set portion, did he?
He did.
He did show it,
when
okay.
we were sitting with Kara, he showed that picture.
Tremendous.
Chad LaRose out there chirping a little bit with John Scott. That's funny.
Yep. Here comes LeBlanc in over, and a great stop on the right pad from Rob Laurie.
What a stop.
Former All-Star Game MVP tonight, Drew Miller. Things opening up a little bit here.
Chad LaRose making things happen in both ends of the ice. Of course, the current coach of the Warren D. LaSalle Pilots high school team.
Yep, he's wearing number 4 out there today. Got his old Carolina bucket on. He was 59 in his days with the Canes. Coming up on 6 to play here in the opening period. 2-1 Montreal. Drew Miller was kind there to Louis LeBlanc. Could have picked his pocket, didn't. Now the Canadiens get it to Scrudlin. They go across ice. Down there was LeBlanc. He'll bank it back up top. Low to high they go. Cote could not get it deep. But the Canadiens are there. LeBlanc trying to go back to him, and it's taken away by Aaron Ward.
You gotta like the no-look backhand pass behind your own net, right?
Right.
These are the type of games you're gonna see.
You can get away with it.
Yeah.
Well, you hope you can, right? Kevin Miller laid that puck back for Aaron Ward. Spartan to Wolverine. Different generations, but guys that played in the college ranks. Alex Foster now with it. Bowling Green in his college days. Good look in, and Desjardins gets that glove up and denies Kevin Miller.
Well, Miller kind of ran out of time and space. There wasn't a lot he could do down low. Desjardins took it all away and just held that glove up and said, "Come here, baby."
Good look at Cedric there.
Big smile on his face. Isn't that cool to see?
Yeah, it is. Handful of games for him in his NHL career, mostly in the minors, but 6 games he played with Tampa Bay in his time in the league. So you and I know it is so tough to get into that league and stay. Drew Miller, Alex Foster, and Mickey Redmond wearing 20. Number 20 there was Alex Foster with a puck.
Johnny O can still go, can he?
He can. Good stick there, knocked away, played ahead at the line. Here comes Smoke, and he goes off the bar and it kicks out. Lays it back. Now the Canadians want to go low to high. They off a leg there, hit Red Berenson in front, played out now up the wing for Brad May. May still, and it spins. Good chance there, and a good stop from Desjardins. Dandino. Eric Cole looking for Dandino. He still looks good, doesn't he? We're both like, wow, he looks good.
And I'll tell you what, the guy, you see him in a short sleeve, he's got a 24-hour gun show going on. He is put together.
Played ahead for Danny DeKeyser now. Danny, 1 against 3, trying to split. Good stick there from Montreal, knocking it away. Zach Redmond, former Ferris State Bulldog. He plays it ahead. Taken away, though. Aaron Ward's got it now. Space for Brad May. May patient. Now Ward, a shot off a leg, and Montreal's there, and they're on it. Redmond plays it out to center. Couldn't connect there with Debois. Dino Cicerelli trying to feather it through, and Desjardins got it. Another timely and key stop from him.
Well, had to be very careful in tight. I think it was Zach Redmond kind of poked it back, and it took a bad bounce and came right in on Desjardins, and he had to be careful. You can see him laughing and smiling with the boys, but he's certainly been one of the stars here in this first period.
He has.
There's the opportunity by Smoke, clanked it off the chime.
Desharnais gets it inside of the line for Cole. Ron Duguay says to Danny DeKeyser, "You take that one." Now to Drew Miller. Looking back for Danny. Duguay covers up near the left point. Ian White will go back to play.
Still love to see Ron Duguay. He had the best flow in the league for years.
Sure
man.
did.
Still showing off that flow.
Yep, looking good in his 60s. As many of these guys are. But again, we go from the mid-30s and Louis LeBlanc to Mickey Redmond in his late 70s. Brent Berenson, 85. Rob Lloyd there, and he can't stop that. He got way out of the net, and Desharnais sets up Eric Cole.
There's no substitute for speed, and how about Desharnais showing that speed to open up that entire play? Ben, I'm not sure. I think you and I may have scored on this one.
I think we would have been good too.
I might have botched it,
No.
but I'm sure you would have buried
No.
it. But all jokes aside, take a look at that speed that opens that play up. Everybody goes to that speed, and Desharnais is there, and he just says, "Okay, I'm going to bang her home." Mickey having a rest now. Look at that.
He's chilling over there, hanging out in the box. Great to see him here. Loudest ovation of anyone here when the player introductions were done by John Horrigan. Here's another chance. Petrov off the mark. Fans continuing to file in and around the arena here in Fraser. Ian White bobbled it, then gathered it in, played it on for LaRose. Alex Foster at the line, knocked away, finds the stick of Oleg Petrov. Petrov still with it, coming in. Laurie gets a piece of that. Stays in the rink and now zipped up the left wing side, but again, Petrov making a play, takes it away, plays it ahead. I believe, I'm sure you can verify this, but Petrov, he was the first Russian to play for Montreal, wasn't he?
Yeah, I'm almost positive he was the first one.
Yeah.
They're in the early 90s.
Yeah.
He left and then he came back. And
Yep.
still part of the franchise. There he is. Looking to dish it, of course. Guys are always looking to pass first in a game like this, as you know.
Yeah, and you know, these men are as competitive as they come, and they're all still ultra competitive. We're seeing that from so many of them here today. Ian White comes in, takes a look now, knocked off his stick. Under a minute to go here in the opening period. 3-1 Montreal with the lead. Trying to flip that from the corner there. Like the thought process from Tim Taylor there. Trying to catch Desjardins off the back of the right arm, played ahead. Here's Louis LeBlanc in, and he never gets the shot away. He was in stone cold there on Laurie. John Scott slings it across. Dandino plays it down the wall. Ryan Skrudlin out there with Scott and LeBlanc. Final 20 seconds in the period. Center knocked out of there by Detroit, Tim Taylor. Up the wing, he's got the Red Wing goal. Plays it across, goes to the goal again, and Desjardins, did he keep that? Yes, he did, Sean. Under the pad.
Boy, a late bid there to tie it. Great camera work there to show you exactly where it was. And as you mentioned, Desjardins, you know, maybe the star of this first period. There's Danny. The guy's a great guy. Matthew Dandino won in the penalty box. Multiple Stanley Cups here with the Red Wings, 3 of them as a matter of fact, and came back home to finish his career in La Belle Province.
Final seconds here. It's a power play for the Red Wings that will carry over. With plenty of time. About a minute 50 or thereabouts when we start the second period. So after 20, Tim Taylor, the only goal for the Red Wings there. Canadians got 3 past Rob Laurie.
Yeah, fun first period. Make no mistake about that. If I had to give the first star, I'll say it again. It was probably gardien debut for the Canadiens. Numero 30, Cedric Desjardins.
Very good. 2 teams will go in, get a little bit of a rest here. We'll step aside for a moment here. We'll go down to Meltdown.
With Coach Dave Lewis. Dave, what do you got to do here? Shorten the bench, put me in the lineup. What do you need to do?
Well, we're just getting used to the lines. Made them up this morning, and our guys are figuring it out. Their goaltender, we've had chances. Dino misses the net. Dino never misses the net. And so we've had our chances. It's close. And we're using 3 lines because that's really all we have. But it's been fun so far.
Yeah, I see you checking your paperwork and everything.
Yeah, we're trying to put lines of 4. I learned that from Scotty Bowman. You know, we're trying to do some things out there. But right now, the guys are enjoying it. It's good that we have a rest for some of the veteran players that we have, but we're getting ready for the next period.
All right, final 2 questions here for you. And I've always wondered about this. You've probably been asked this a million times. What was it like to coach with Scotty, and what was it like to coach all these future and current, now NHL hockey all-stars?
Well, it was a great experience coaching with Scotty, right from day one in training camp in Traverse City to when he skated off the rink at Joe Louis Arena after he won the 3rd Cup in 2002, then he retired. And then these guys, they're great. All the players here are great. I coached a lot of great people, great hockey players that have great families and fans. And so it's been fun. I've had a very enjoyable time in hockey.
All right, Dave, thanks for doing this, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Meltdown. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll step aside. Plenty more coming your way. Carol Lyles will be with us as we roll through the intermission here. A 3-1 score in favor of Montreal here in this 3rd alumni game involving the Red Wings, an original 6 matchup. The Canadians this time around. We'll see you momentarily here from Fraser after this.
Sometimes the world tries to tell you who you are.
Tries to tell you what box you belong in.
And what you can do.
Try to define what is normal.
But at Special Olympics Michigan,
we know that the norm is highly overrated.
We know our disability does not define us.
Will define us. That will set the tone that we're capable of what will can achieve and do.
That winning is more than a final score. That winning means being brave in the attempt.
That we have a community that lifts all of us up, win or lose.
That sport is a gateway to a much bigger and better world. To celebrate with, to be better with.
A catalyst to a healthy, better tomorrow. We know that we are the torchbearers.
That we are the leaders.
We are messengers to advance the vision, revolution, forward.
Anything rash in the world, we are the exception. But we should be the rule, so help us set the new norm.
On a stronger world, together.
Come get in the game.
To make the world a bit more special.
The $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's restaurants. Choose from 8 great brew house favorites and get a free personal Pizookie dessert. That's a sweet deal.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss.
McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
By John Pastor with the GH Pastor Foundation. John, just introduce yourself and tell us how this foundation really came to be.
Well, you already introduced me. I'm John Pastor. I'm president of the foundation and also president of George H. Pastor & Sons. The foundation started about 3 years ago with Joe Neville, my son Ryan, and my business partner Dante DeVito. And our goal was to raise some money for some good charities with kids with autism, Down syndrome, epilepsy, and the Children's Miracle Network. And now we just also included raising money for the sled hockey team.
This event has grown tremendously in just such a short amount of time. What do you credit that to, just the growth that you guys have seen?
Well, it's the hard work of everybody on the committee. I will tell you, Joe, Courtney from the Epilepsy Foundation, the Judson Center, everybody's working really hard. Giovanni at our office, my son. It's just that, Channel 4, Prep, everybody that has really come together. It's also the alumni guys, too. The word is actually getting out to all the other teams. We actually have 8 other NHL teams that want to play this game now. So it's not just about the original 6, which that's what our original thought was, but now we're thinking about actually expanding into other NHL teams.
Well, this year I've been lucky enough to kind of see all of the planning that goes into this event. Just when did you guys start planning, and how did that kind of come to be, just for today specifically?
the next day last year, as
I
you
figured
know.
that was going to be the answer.
I mean, it goes from, I mean, now we got this nice little desk that we have so that you guys can do your in-game interviews and stuff. So it's getting the orchestra that's going to play Hockey Night in Canada. It's the face painting. It's the NHL Hall of Fame that's here today. We also have some other things that is pretty cool. We also have the Darth Vader and all the cast of Star Wars going to be walking around for the kids and stuff. So it's going to be pretty cool.
What is it about today in particular, with all of the charities coming out, like you said, the alumni players, the sled hockey guys, what is it that just makes it so special to be a part of?
The camaraderie from the alumni guys, it's the camaraderie that here's guys that they haven't seen in 10, 15, 20, 30 years. I mean, if you're Red Berenson, probably a little bit longer. Sorry, Red. But it's about that. It's getting together. It's not just them. This is the first time that they're actually seeing who they're raising money for. When the alumni guys go out and actually see the sled hockey guys play the game, they actually get to see the results of what they're doing. And I mean, a couple guys were crying last year because they're like, I go to these functions all the time. I go there, I skate, and I leave, and that's it. I don't get a chance to see the kids with Down syndromes. I don't get the sled hockey guys and all that stuff. And they're actually getting pictures and getting their autographs and stuff. So both ways, the sled hockey team and them are so excited. It's last night at the game before, these kids were, I mean, grinning ear to ear. It was just, you just had to be there to see what was going on.
For you personally, what makes this something that you have wanted to grow year in and year out?
Give back. I mean, that's what it's all about. I mean, everybody's like, oh, why are you doing this and all that stuff? Now, remember, the first time, we didn't really raise them a lot of money. We had a very bad experience and all that stuff. But with the luck of Channel 4, they saved our rear ends completely by hopping in and helping advertising and all that stuff. I mean, the first time I couldn't tell you how much we lost, but we still donated $30,000. So we're up to about $60,000 in just 2 events, giving to those charities, those 4 charities and stuff. So we're proud of that. And again, I believe it's an obligation of everybody as a person to give back to your community. And this is the way we chose to give back.
It's such an amazing day, and there are just so many pieces of this day and this entire week to really look forward to. But you personally, I want to know what you look most forward to.
Well, understand, I don't know if you know the different foundations and why we raise the money for those certain charities. The Children's Miracle Network, my son, when he was 7 years old, had a brain tumor. So and he was the poster boy child for the Children's Miracle Network in '97. So that's why we chose them. My niece is the one that has epilepsy. So therefore, that's why we're giving money to the Epilepsy Foundation. And then my business partner, Dante, his son has Down syndrome and is autistic. So when they say, is this near and dear to your heart? Yeah, it hits really close to home to not only my family members, but my friends and all that stuff. So, and we've been really blessed by all the help that we've been given by not just my friends and family and all that stuff. It's alumni of North Farmington High School. I mean, those buddies of mine that are giving money and stuff. Just everybody all over the place. The subcontractors that work for us, how they've given money and all that stuff to help this charity grow to what it is today.
It's such an incredible event, and I just wanted to thank you for doing this and allowing us to play just a small role in giving back. John, really appreciate your time.
We appreciate you, and thank you, and go Prep.
When I think of Special Olympics, it's one of those things where you leave and you're like, hey, I feel good in my heart. Every time I go home, it's just a very fulfilling feeling when you leave here.
I think one of the things that I've noticed over the years is you volunteer for a lot of different things, and then you come and volunteer with Special Olympics, and I think a lot of people that might not understand what Special Olympics athlete represents, and I think a lot of people walk out and see a different humanization of the athletes to recognize that they're no different.
Special Olympics it's the portion of sports that you don't always get to experience, but you want to.
Special Olympics is exciting and rewarding for both the athletes and the volunteers.
I think volunteering is important because it's helping somewhere where help is needed and help may not otherwise be given. So it's important for something like Special Olympics for Unified Champion Schools, because in order to help these teams like thrive and even just function and be like an operational team that can go places and can compete, we need people. Like there really needs to be people to support these students so that everything is done safely and done to the very best of one's ability.
I think that over the time that I've been there, I've seen many of the athletes grow. It's just like it's a family. It's a family.
I love the fact that we can just connect with so many people and so many backgrounds and so many athletes, because they all just have a great attitude and they just want to have fun.
It takes a lot of volunteers to make Special Olympics happen, whether that's officials, running tournaments, the headquarters. So really that central word I would say is community.
Special Olympics, it's my family. I mean, it's part of us. It's part of who we are, and I feel like it's one of the most fulfilling things in my life.
Come and try it. Volunteer for half a day or a full day, whatever, to get involved, and see where that leads you.
I think giving back is huge. I mean, I think we're all here on earth to give back to some degree.
Just come and join us. Come and see the fun that we have. Come and see the joy that the athletes bring to my life. It truly is like no expectations. Come as you are, be yourself, and that really is, it's one of the best opportunities to volunteer out there.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
Now joined by a very, very special guest today. Scott, why don't you start off by just introducing yourself and telling the fans a little bit about who you are and what you're doing here today.
Okay, well, my name is Scott Decker. I am a Special Olympics poly hockey athlete. I'm very invested in Special Olympics. I actually will be one of the assistant coaches for the Red Wings and Montreal Canadiens Alumni game today.
How fun has that been? I mean, have you talked to the guys yet today? What has that been like?
Yeah, we actually were talking a little strategy before the game, trying to get mentally prepared, and, it should be quite a showdown.
Are you nervous? I'd be a little nervous.
Well, we may have the inside scoop on the Montreal goaltender, like his weak spot. They were talking about a smack, but, the one fly in the ointment is I'm usually on the bench. I know how to inspire and light a fire under a lot of the players.
Well, that's great, and they're going to need that today. We talked to Aaron Ward a little bit earlier, and he said, you know what, we need to get out there and just kind of learn how to play as a team, right? And I feel like that's exactly what you were just saying.
Yeah, well, camaraderie and cohesiveness is the biggest key in hockey. You know, it's a team game. You got to play up to expectations.
Well, what does it mean to you personally to be able to, gain this experience and really be out here today and kind of show your stuff out there on the bench?
Yeah, well, hockey has been a big part of my life. You know, being a Special Olympics athlete, it's a great thing. In fact, just to say, a shout out, our team, my poly hockey team, went back-to-back state championships, so it's pretty nice. But being on the bench, it's a dream come true. It's a great chance to really get an up-close and personal look and view of the players and really, and my basketball coach for Special Olympics even said, hey, you got a future behind the bench. Maybe you got another future coming up for you.
Well, there you go. I can see it. You're very well spoken. Last question for you. There are so many events today and this entire week, but what is one thing that you're most looking forward to here today?
Yeah, well, I'm really most looking forward to the player introductions and just, people, just reminiscing about the good old days and just seeing the guys come in. And, there's an old quote I remember from the movie The Replacements. Every athlete dreams of a second chance or chance to play the game again. Well, these guys are going to live it here today.
Well, Scott, we are so excited to see you down there on the bench. Wish you the best of luck today and appreciate you taking the time to talk with us.
Thank you very much.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
And the Prep YouTube channel, Ben Holden, Sean Belegian. Sean, one period in the books, and Montreal's got a 2-goal lead at 3-1.
Yeah, you know what? They really carried the play, and I think it starts really in the back end. Cedric Desjardins was tremendous. You heard Dave Lewis talk about it after the period ended. He made a lot of big stops. Here's that last third big goal right there. By the Habs. Well, that was a stop by Laurie, but after the Wings scored to make it 2-1, the Habs got one back right there. Nice feed out in front from Desjardins right there, and Eric Cole banged that one home. But the good news for the Red Wings, Ben, is they start this period. I guess they didn't want to take any time off the late period penalty from Daniel.
Yes.
So they have a fresh 2 minutes up there. So it really was a 2-minute, we'll call it 9-second power play. See if the Red Wings can capitalize. But just a great atmosphere here today. So glad to be here with you, my friend, and the great crew from the Prep, and so many hockey fans that are strewn across this arena.
Yep. Well, I will be with you for another literally 15 minutes. I have another assignment calling me. So you will take over at that point with Meltdown, so I appreciate everyone understanding.
Well, I hope you have a great call tonight, and I would be remiss if I didn't say go green. So
understood.
I know you can't say that.
I can't.
You are an impartial, professional broadcaster. I am not. So I can say go green, right?
Michigan State, Notre Dame in the Big Ten playoffs. So again, I appreciate everyone understanding that, and scheduling a little too tight, so I'm going to hang for another 15, give you everything I got, Sean, for another 15 minutes, and I think we're just about ready to get the teams back onto the ice. No Zamboni, just kind of the shovels out there with the young guys from the state champions from Catholic Central, giving a little scrape around the edges in the crease.
I had a chance to talk to some of those boys before the game started, and some of the JV members, and they said, hey, listen, you're going to be talking about me next year. And I said, I believe it, because certainly Catholic Central hockey has been a wagon in the state for a long time.
Undisputed wagon in the state of Michigan. Brandon Kalinicki, the former Shamrock, former Wolverine as well, and what a program they've got. And maybe some massages going on in the locker room. Who knows at this point? The players slowly filing back out.
Yeah, they're all kind of looking around. There's Louis LeBlanc out there, middle of the ice. He's kind of skating over to the Red Wings room going, come on, boys, you ready to go?
Yeah.
He's one of the fresher legs around here, is Louis LeBlanc. But like so many former Habs that live in the area, I had a chance to talk to Matthew Dandino about this last year. He's very involved with Les Champs. That is the Canadiens Alumni group, and they play games really everywhere.
They do.
Ben, they play games everywhere.
They're very, very intense and dialed in on what they do. They don't like to lose. Pretty strong knit group. And Red Wing alumni too, they play, man, I couldn't tell you how many games they play here. They probably play 150. What do you think?
Oh yeah, I mean, just so many different things. You know, George Bowman for so many years was part of that and setting up things. And now, as you mentioned, DeKaiser and Drew Miller, always giving back to the community. As a matter of fact, the alumni team has a game later today as well. It's amazing how that works out.
Double shift in it. We'll take a quick timeout, come back, and we believe we'll get the second period underway.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure, steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
For over 55 years, Special Olympics has been changing the world. Every day, more than 20,000 athletes across every county in Michigan are breaking barriers through the power of sport. Through our 26 Olympic-style sports, Special Olympics Michigan harnesses the transformational power of athletics, giving those with intellectual disabilities the chance to showcase their skills at the local, state, and national levels. But we're more than just sports. We're more than just competition. Special Olympics is about creating a world where everyone is accepted, respected, and empowered to be their best self. Through sports, we're able to open gateways to athletes' potential, expand their health and wellness, and create relationships that last a lifetime. This is a movement that's changing lives, one athlete at a time, one community at a time, through one play at a time. And together, we can create a more inclusive Michigan.
Lord Stanley's Cup among the many trophies on display here inside of Big Boy Arena here in Fraser. Always a sight that takes your breath away. And Campbell Bowl, Eastern Conference Prince of Wales Trophy, and they got them all here, Sean.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see them all up close and personal. That's awesome to see. Awesome to see a lot of guys out there saying hi to each other and renewing acquaintances. Teams kind of pairing off. I think they're enjoying the conversations as much as anything, and it's always great to see Red Berenson out there, and everybody like almost has to feel the need to come up and pay homage to Red. No doubt about that. As you, here's a good look at the Prince of Wales Trophy.
Yep.
Nobody wants to touch that trophy. Make no mistake about that.
Yep. 2 teams out. Some guys taking pictures, just kind of casually making their way back out.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Pierre Dagenet and Louis LeBlanc posing out there. Little size differential there as well.
Mickey Redmond was just down in the end to our left. He was down there having a conversation with some of the fans. He's so beloved in Detroit, in the great state of Michigan. Aaron Ward, so Dandino in the bin. Sean mentioned about 9 seconds or so in the period remaining when the penalty was assessed, and they never got the score or the clock set with the time. Now the time is off of the clock, so I guess we'll just know at 18 minutes he's a free man unless there's a goal scored.
Well, they might want to add some time. Look at Mickey Redmond catching up to Gilbert Delarme over there.
Yep.
The tank.
I believe we are set to go here for this second period.
The Habs have 5 guys out there.
The Kaiser's now in the Red Wing box.
Oh.
So we'll go 5-on-5.
Oh, okay. Maybe coincidental minors, so we'll keep it at 5-on-5. Okay.
Here we go. Second period underway. 3-1 Montreal. They've got the lead. Craig Nienhuis, who will supply the post-game entertainment. He is a accomplished musician. Good friends with Mark Messier. He travels all over the world with him, playing all kinds of gigs. And Mark doesn't, Craig does, but they're good friends, and a lot of it comes through events that Messier's at.
Boy, DeYoung set up shop mid-slot, couldn't convert one. See if the Wings can get something going the other way. LaRose dumps her in.
Taylor's down there. He's got the Red Wing goal. Played ahead for Nienhuis. Sticked away by Aaron Ward. Now Brian Smolinski got a goal and hit the crossbar in the opening period. Nienhuis looking up top. Tim Taylor there. The pass was in the direction of Brendan Nash, the former Cornell Big Red. Played his college puck for Mike Schaefer with his brother Riley. Craig Nienhuis trying to work his way through there. Laid off, down to the goal line now, cutting into the line. Good shot there, good save from Laurie.
Big stop there. This line for the Habs did a great job of holding on the puck and keeping the pressure in deep in that Red Wing zone.
Minute and a half gone here in period 2. He played up ahead at the line, Eric Cole, but could not keep the handle on it.
Guys having some fun now. It almost looked like for a second there, May and Lucien Deblois were more interested in having a conversation.
Sure did. Ron Duguay gets one toward the net. A piece of that was Shad LaRose as he comes off. No Darren McCarty today.
Yeah.
There's Eric Cole up the wing against Drew Miller. Former teammates in Detroit. Now Desharnais gives it off. There's a stop from Laurie. Sliding over to make the stop there.
Nice puck movement from the right wing all the way to the left wing. Lucien Deblois could not convert on that. Member of the 1986 Stanley Cup champions. I cannot believe that's 39 years old.
We're getting old. We're getting old, man.
Unbelievable.
That's crazy. It really is. Time flies. Ian White ahead for Drew Miller. Miller, flash of leather there from Desjardins, got a piece of it, knocked it away.
Has he played well?
He has. And at the line, trying for a centering attempt there for Desharnais. Turned away. Ian White now, Drew Miller. Into space, John Ogrodnik's got the handle, centered it. Deflecting away into the near side corner. Now Dino Ciccarelli. Miller tried a little baseball swing at it there, missed it. Numbers back the other way for Montreal, 4-on-3. Now Zach Redmond.
Ian White was by his lonesome, Ben, and he got an active stick on it, really prevented what could have been a 4-on-1.
He skated well. He's looked good
Sure
too.
has.
We've mentioned a handful of guys. He's really looked good. Zach Redmond still got some step in those 30-year-old legs, does Zach. Drafted by Atlanta when he was at Ferris State. Turned in a pretty good career, dealt with a serious injury.
And what does that mean?
Right femoral artery was cut. Man, he had to deal with that. He came back. He played for a handful of different teams in the league. Here comes Detroit now. Late back to Kaiser. Winds up. Desjardins. It looks like he's made another stop, and he has in front there on Kevin Miller.
Oh, yeah. Who's the player?
Did you see Danny DeKaiser?
Yes.
5 feet over the line, and he wanted to let it go. Loads up on that clapper and says, I can't do that right now. Wise decision, Danny.
He He stays out, man's the left point's got it on his stick now in the circle, comes in, and Desjardins with a flash of leather.
Oh, look at the smile on his face. He's putting on a show today. Big smile on his face. The boys are having fun with it. 15:59 to go here in the second period. Local 4, the prep. Oh, baby, isn't this fun?
Good stuff. 4 gone here in the period. Oleg Petrov into the zone. Reed Larson watching him. Flipped in front to Kaiser there. Plays it out of harm's way. Turned over at center onto the stick of Cote. Danny wheeling pretty good out there today.
He sure is.
Chad LaRose back for the Kaiser. Now Kevin Miller shoots and missed it on the glove side. Petrov has it find his stick. Canadians gain the line. Reed Larson back defending. Out to center, finds Chad LaRose. LaRose with Brett Berenson and Danny DeKaiser, and that one pinballs in, and LaRose makes it a one-shot game. It'll be his goal. It's 3-2.
Well, you know, Rosie was looking for his buddy Danny DeKaiser, and I think that's going to go off of Dandeneau. Let's take a look here. Matthew has that grin on his face. I've seen that grin before. Yeah, no doubt about it. Off of Dandeneau and in, so that'll go as a goal for Chad LaRose. And 3-2 game now, Ben.
Yep.
Things getting interesting with just under 15 minutes to go here in this second period.
Well, I'm going to turn the reins over to you.
Have a great call.
Bring us home.
Absolutely. Have a great call here today as Mike Weaver starts it out in his own zone. Gets it back from Scott. Getting down the ice, Scott jumps up in the play. Habs looking to get one back. They've led the entire way. An opportunity down low, puck lay there for LeBlanc, and the Habs score. They answer right away, as they did in that first period. They jumped out to a 2-0 lead, did the Habs. Wings got one back, and the Habs answered right back, and they do it again here in the second period. I think that's quick hands there. Let's see who they give it to. Is it going to be LeBlanc, Louis LeBlanc, number 71, and with 14:24 to go here in this second period, the Habs go back up by a score of 4-2. Why don't we throw it down to Meltdown? Meltdown?
Yeah, down here, ice level with Matthew Dandeneau. Tough break on that one.
Yeah, you notice? I don't know if everybody saw that.
All right, let's not talk about that. But I still, you still got the old style skates and everything. You haven't gotten rid of those, huh?
Those are my skates from '97, but they're new from '97. So 20-odd years later, I took them out. Skates are expensive now, so I went in my garage. I said, I got some old skates from the Red Wings, and I took them out.
That's awesome. You know, when I found out I was going to interview you, I just Googled some news and such. I didn't realize 15 years you've been retired. That's crazy.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me. I mean, anything else you Google? I got some better stuff than that, but no, but it's been a while.
Been a great career.
It goes so fast, but it's good to see the guys from the Red Wings. And actually, last year when I played for the Red Wings, I was honored to play with Red Berenson and Mickey Redmond. So that was actually my most liked picture of the year on Instagram. Yeah, us three on the bench right here in this arena.
Well, we'll have to see if someone can take a picture of us and see how that goes. But anyways, no, Stanley Cup champion. I mean, you got a chance to play for both these great teams.
Yeah, it was awesome, but being here in Detroit was really amazing because you grew up in the game, and I remember playing with Dino and all these guys. They're really good to me. Paul Coffey, Eiserman, obviously all the great legends. But I mean, that set me off in my career to eventually go to Montreal and be the veteran. But you get really a good influence being around the guys from Detroit. So I really cherish that moment.
I mean, it just rubs off like osmosis. You just kind of take things that they don't even tell you, but just show you.
Oh, absolutely. So I'm very thankful that I remember getting drafted by Detroit, and I wasn't sure because it was such a good team. And I'm like, well, am I ever going to make the team? But, Scott, you saw something in me, and I'm very thankful. And Dave Lewis was my assistant coach for so many years, head coach for a few years. But Dave was really good because I had to transition to a defenseman back then. I was a forward all my life. And Dave Lewis took really good care of me. We did a lot of videos, a lot of on-ice sessions, so I'm very grateful to see him again.
Well, thank you so much for this. Congratulations on a great career, and go up and make that one up, okay?
Yeah, I'm a minus player now, yeah.
Great stuff, and a great guy. Matthew Dandeneau, just a classy guy, has always been smiley, happy guy. Glad to see he's still the same. In the meantime, while we were enjoying that conversation with Matthew Dandeneau, the Habs got another one. Number 22, John Scott, who former Michigan Tech guy, now living in Traverse City, scores to extend the Habs lead to 5-2 with 12:40 to go, and they're looking again. Look at Desharnais trying to power it in front, centering pass doesn't connect. Wings with an opportunity to come out with it, but promptly knocked back in. Eric Cole on it, centering pass. That was swept away. Desharnais on it, but here come the Wings with speed the other way. Chad LaRose with Miller. Look at LaRose with a dipsy-do. Couldn't get all the way through. Taylor in behind the net to LaRose. Habs are going to have an opportunity to skip this out, though. Here's Desharnais. Move at the line. High slot. Pass into Smolinski. Big stop there by Shields. Brian Smolinski, a Toledo guy. Played at Michigan State. I think a lot of people remember him as a Boston Bruin, but went, as Matthew Dandeneau said, as one of those veterans on the 07-08 Montreal Canadiens team. They ended up with the #1 seed in the East that year. Detroit with the #1 seed in the West, but it was Detroit beating the Pittsburgh Penguins in 6 games in that 2008 Stanley Cup. The last Stanley Cup, I might add, for the Wings. Here comes May. May, power move, pass in front, and he scores. Nice pass in front to Foster, but it was May showing some wheels. And a pretty dish in front. And the Red Wings get one back here. Take a look there, nice dish, and Foster there to bang her home. So 5-3 now. Wings looking for more. The play called at the line on the offside. Well, we walk him in. Meltdown right now. Meltdown, it's you and I, my friend, as our buddy Ben had to head up to Michigan State. Michigan State taking on Notre Dame tonight. So why don't we have some fun to remind them of this game?
Yeah, no doubt. You know, it's funny, talking to Matthew Dandeneau, there are certain players that for whatever reason wore some sort of certain gear, and his skates were always the thing that never really changed throughout his entire career, and I was surprised to see him out here with the same ones. And as you heard, he said here from 1997 or something like that.
He could fly, and no doubt about that. And as he was saying, and I'm sure you'll remember this, Meltdown, Scotty really took a liking to Matthew Dandeneau and put him in a bunch of different positions, forward, defense, forward, and he was able to thrive in his time here.
Yeah.
Now the Wings looking for more. Puck in the corner, centering pass to White. White with a backhand. Desjardins there. Boy, he's been solid here tonight as his goaltender, Cedric Desjardins. Now it's Momesso to Petrov. Petrov drops it. Back to Momesso in front. Nice job on the back check. Not allowing Momesso to get that shot off. About halfway through this one, Habs up 5-3, but the Wings looking right now. Miller to Duguay, has it picked off. Here comes Cole the other way. Open wing, Larson looking to cut that space. He drops it. LeBlanc now out there. LeBlanc throws it in. Front, nobody home. Wings looking to go in transition, they do. Here comes Mickey Redmond. Mickey Redmond leading the way with Ian White. Mickey lets her go. Rebound, score!
There you go.
Ian White with a nice tap. quick goals.
Some
as
back
you
door.
mentioned, Meltdown
Yeah.
on that back door. And now it's going to be Scrivens coming in. Ben Scrivens coming in.
Yeah,
for the
Desjardins
Habs.
played really, really well, man.
Yeah, oh my goodness. One of the stars of the game as far as I'm concerned.
All right, I got to try to find Gilbert Dion somewhere. Of course, as you were saying, IHL legend down in, Cincinnati you were saying?
Cincinnati Cyclones,
Yeah.
Was part of that big John LeClaire deal.
What was that all about?
Having some fun out
I
there.
guess.
Well, let's see what Matthew Danino can do. He can still go.
Yeah, he's got a lot of wheels. I found it hard to believe he retired 15 years ago. It didn't seem like that long.
Yeah, it is starting to pick up a little bit here. We see it all the time now. With 9:20 to go, centering pass. That's deflected by LeBlanc. Notice the guy's playing in both ends now. Danino on it again. Along the far boards and a breakout opportunity for Habs. There's LeBlanc, one of the younger guys out there. He puts on the brakes. Gives it to Danino, who can still go. Danino centering pass for LeBlanc. Shot comes in. Rebound opportunity comes in. Another shot. John Scott stopped twice. Shot from the point comes in. Skrugman couldn't redeflect that. Now it's the Habs with the pressure down low. Centering pass, score! Louis LeBlanc took that feed from Brian Skrugman, and the Habs have their 2-goal lead back with 8:45 to go. Nothing fancy there. Skrugman just throws it out in front, and Louis LeBlanc able to bang her home. Breaking the action here, let the guys come out here, clean the ice a little bit. Again, these are members of the Catholic Central Hockey Team. Congratulations to the varsity, 6 straight state champions. A lot of these guys, JV players. They made a point to tell me you're going to be talking about me next year, and I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah, I'm going to talk with Gilbert Dion here in just a second. Hey, Smokey. What's going on, dude?
What a nice guy Gilbert Dion is. Had a chance to meet him when I was 22. And we took a picture together. We got another picture here today. So we'll await a conversation downstairs with Meltdown and Gilbert Dion. But in the meantime, we can tell you so glad you are joining us. Montreal alumni on top of the Detroit alumni, 6-4. And you can join us on Local 4, the Prep, wherever you're watching us right now. My name is Sean Malegian. It's a pleasure to be here with this great crew. Kara Lyles, part of it. Of course, Meltdown, part of it. Ben Holden was here for a while as well. You take a look at that Red Wing bench. Hey, make no mistake about it. It's fun. We're all having fun. We all know why we are here with the GH Pastor Foundation.
No, nothing good can be said.
But you need to also know this. These guys want to win. Make no mistake about that. These guys want to win.
And they want to play too. Sean, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
So I'm gonna talk with Gilbert Dion in a few minutes. But he said, "Can we wait till after my shift?" I mean, that's how these guys are, right? It's like they want to play.
So we'll check in just a minute.
I could have done it just now while they were doing the ice, but I didn't think it was going to take this long. To be honest with you.
No, it's all good there. So I think we got changes in both ends of the ice. Correct me if I'm wrong, Meltdown. I think is that Jimmy Howard that checked in at the other end of the ice.
Is Jimmy Howard here?
As I look down near the bench, it certainly says 35 is Jimmy Howard. Now the question is it really Jimmy Howard?
I don't think so. I think that's an AI fake because I haven't seen him here yet. So we'll see if he gets in the net or not. Because last year, if I'm not mistaken, our friend Mark wore his jersey.
It was Mr. Cormier in net last year, if you remember.
Yeah, and he was actually here earlier. I don't know if he's still here or not. But
yeah, I saw him walking around. We dubbed him the Average Joe. That's Pat Nagel. Nagel is wearing 35. Jimmy Howard also had 35, but I'm with you. I'm not sure that Jimmy is here today.
Well, let's see what Smokey has to say about the game. Smoke, how's it going out there?
Boy, what a legend Smoke was. No doubt about that.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit rough. I thought they were going to jam after the first.
Right up my alley.
Just grind it out. All right, there you go. There's Brian Smolinski. What a player he is. I'll never, he's obviously known as a passer, but he's had a couple good shots here today. But I'll never forget he passed me one across the ice one time. We were playing during the lockout 20 years ago now. Broke my stick.
All right, 8:45 to go here in this second period. Habs back up 6-4. Wings trying to make up for it. LaRose, he's been active tonight. Tried to push her in deep to Ian White, but Habs an opportunity to come out with it. Coming back the other way is to Kaiser with a shot. Boy, he didn't miss by much. That was earmarked for that far post. He did not miss by much. Gilbert Dion, who will be talking to Meltdown in a matter of moments. Center in deep. Swings it wide, open wing. So the Wings have an opportunity to go the other way. White out there with Cicerelli. Cicerelli's just going to pump it in deep. Centering pass. Taylor steps in. Oh, deflected opportunity for LaRose, and it's going to clear the line. Giving chase now, Aaron Ward. Aaron Ward, the Michigan player, to LaRose, to Tim Taylor. Taylor waits, throws a backhand into the corner. Red Berenson, centering pass, didn't connect. To the line, and the Habs with an opportunity to come out now. Drop a pass. Skrudling looking. Skrudling waiting. Skrudling still in.
Boy, he's still good.
Check that. That's Nienhuis to the point. Along the far boards. And an opportunity to come out LaRose. LaRose with speed. Goes to the far wing, just out of the reach of Tim Taylor. But now here come the Habs the other way. Finally out of their own zone. Some space now in the neutral zone. Near side, Desharnais. He's been a huge factor here tonight. He can still motor. Can Desharnais? Oh, we got a penalty here. Wings are going to be going back on the power play. Look at DeKaiser and Eric Cole giving each other the business. Trip all day. It was 6:29 to go here in this second period. No doubt about that one. Eric Cole goes to the box. The guy that played for both these teams, I might add. The Detroit Red Wings and the Montreal Canadiens. So we'll take a look at this power play. While we have a moment, why don't we throw it down to Meltdown? Meltdown?
Well, Gilbert Dion was nice enough to take a few minutes with us, but first he had to get his shift in. 223 games in the NHL. Playing the IHL, Cincinnati, a legend out there. But what I really want to hear, of course, you want to Stanley Cup with the Canadiens as well. I hear you're quite the karaoke legend.
Well, thank you very much. I really love some song. You know what's awesome about hockey is it allows you to have some fun. Do yourself. Let your teammates let them know that it's a game. Yes, a little bit of pressure at times. But this hockey is the best sports in the world.
So, are you going to sing some Elvis in the after show?
I probably will. We'll see what happens. I'll throw a couple of lines out there at the after party. So yeah, fantastic. This is a great venue. I'm so happy I get to be here. The original six, my brother, my son, Detroit, and watching some of the players.
How many of these guys did you actually play with throughout your career, like even in juniors?
Yeah, Eric Cole. I got a chance to play with Oleg Petrov. And most of the guys is against them, right? From the Dananos to the boys with the Red Wings, but it's so much fun reminiscing and all for a great cause.
Now, I was telling you earlier that my hero, Gilbert Perreault, also was an Elvis fan and did the leg thing and everything. So if you sing Elvis and you don't do the leg movement, I'm going to be sadly disappointed.
Well, I will be doing it. I just got to get my scarf out of my dress, my room tonight, and we'll have a good time.
Gilbert, thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff, Meltdown. Nice pass from Desharnais, and what a snipe there. Oh, baby. How about that? Lucien Deblois having some fun out there, taking that nice snipe, or nice pass from Desharnais. Watch this snipe. Oh, baby. Stanley Cup champion in 1986. Patrick Waugh, remember him? His rookie year. Youngest Conn Smythe Trophy winner, won it at age 20. So the Habs up by 3 goals, and it's Desharnais again. He has been a factor all night. Into the corner. Memesso back behind the net. Comes back to the point. The Habs with some pressure in the Red Wing zone. Redmond throws it down low. Looking inside for Desharnais. Twisting, weaving, all the way back to the line. He's just going to send her in deep. Deblois there with Redmond, but the Wings with an opportunity to skate out. There's De Kaiser. Danny can still go. Drop pass there. Miller comes in. Miller, shot. Big stop there by Scrivens. 5 minutes to go. 3-1. Habs on top, and an opportunity to come out the other way. Dagenet with Desharnais in front to LeBlanc. Couldn't pull the trigger. Net off its moorings, but they're going to let him play. Oh, the boys are having fun. Miller, look at that. Turning Dandeneau inside out to White. White tries to give the give and go. Can't connect it, though. Habs are going to take over. Cote to Dandeneau. Neutral zone to Oleg Petrov. Near side now. Louis LeBlanc gets it back. Can't get the pass over. You know he was looking for Petrov there. Buck comes to the line. Kept in by Dandeneau. Throws it in deep. High slot. Cote gives it up to LeBlanc. LeBlanc back in front to Cote. Shot comes in. Big stop there, Nagel. Oleg Petrov with an opportunity. I think Nagel got a piece of that one too. LeBlanc again. Still on it. The Habs with a tremendous amount of pressure. Ian White says enough of that, and he is going to get it up to Miller. Miller gives it back to White. White 1-on-2, but he drops it for Taylor. Taylor coming off the bench. Wings need one back. They're not going to get it here because it's Dagenet. Dagenet coming the other way with LeBlanc. To Dagenet. Nice drag. Nice stick there. Oh my goodness, coming away with it. Here comes Chad LaRose. Rosie gets it back. Centering pass. Can't get it over. Scrivens with the stop. And another stop on Duguay. Oh, this Hab goaltending has been good tonight. Here's Eric Cole. Eric Cole gets a pass from Skrudland. Gives it back to Nash. And they score. That's Cole. And the Habs get another one to go up 8-4. Good work out there between those gentlemen, Nash and Cole. Aaron Cole, some neck and back problems in the course of his career. He could score. He could put the puck in the net. The Habs take an 8-4 lead. Although I'm not sure the hometown scoreboard wants to put up there.
Yeah, it looks like some home cooking on the scoreboard.
Yeah, a little hometown cooking. I noticed that. They haven't popped that back up there yet.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll tell you what, Duguay, boy, that was close, huh, that last play of the game.
Yeah. Boy, you've seen some big stops, Meltdown, by both these Habs goaltenders here tonight.
Yeah, like Dave Lewis was saying at the end of the period, it's like they've had their chances.
Yeah.
Sometimes, as we've seen lately, against who'd the Wings play the other day that they just completely outplayed them, and then they ended up losing.
Ottawa.
Yeah, Ottawa, that's right.
Yeah, Linus Ullmark was unbelievable.
That's what happens. Sometimes you run into a guy that's just hot.
You got it. Another opportunity in front. That deflects off the crowd is Dino Ciccarelli. He scored a few goals in his career.
Yep.
He got an opportunity there. Now the Habs 3-on-2 if they want it. Skrudland jumping up in the rush. Here's John Scott. Tried to feed it back to Skrudland. Couldn't do it. Wings in transition looking for that home run pass, but picked off there.
You always got to be worried when John Scott's out there. I mean, former, MVP of the All-Star game. You got to watch out for that guy.
You got it. He nearly got a free one there. That one took a weird bounce off of him and had to be very careful at the other end. Didn't able. See if the Wings can get one back here at this late juncture. 1 minute and 15 seconds left in this second period.
We'll talk with your boy Knuckles Nyland coming up after this period.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
I know you're a big fan of his.
Oh, love his work, and his podcast is some of the best stuff. I know what a hockey guy you are, Meltdown. Always great guests and always great commentary.
Yep.
I think knowing Knuckles, the first thing he's going to say is, where's our extra goal up on that scoreboard?
Well, I don't want to get in a fight with him, that's for sure.
No, sir. 3-on-1 for the Habs. Drop pass to the near side. Waiting, still waiting. Didn't want to shoot that puck. Back to the point. Dion playing defense now. How about that? Redmond to Dion. Quick release. Big stop there by Nagel.
Did you know that he was an Elvis fan and a karaoke guy?
Isn't that great, huh?
Yeah. So, like I told him, I was with about 20 years ago, and he did the Elvis thing with the knee in the whole 9 yards, so I'm going to expect all of that tonight.
Skrudland centering pass can't connect. Kept in by Dagenet. Waning seconds of the second period. That is going to do it for the second period. They're going to whistle it down with 2.6 seconds, and now they're going to say run the clock, and that's going to do it for the second period of play. Pay no attention to that scoreboard. It says 7-4 in the arena. It's 8-4 here right now between the Montreal Canadiens alumni and the Detroit Red Wings alumni. And once again, so glad to be out here at Big Boy Arena with our friends from the G.H. Pastor Foundation. In just a moment, Meltdown is going to have a conversation with one of my heroes, a guy by the name of Chris Nyland, one of the toughest guys you'll ever find. Had a chance to play for the Montreal Canadiens, the New York Rangers, the Boston Bruins, and he came back to Montreal. So why don't we throw it down right now to Meltdown with Knuckles Nyland. Meltdown?
Yeah, that's right, Sean. No stranger to coming out here. You were here last year with Boston. How's this game shaping up for you?
Boston was the Rangers.
Rangers, that's right. I'm sorry, yeah, but you're a Boston guy too.
Yeah, but the Bruins wouldn't have me. The Rangers would.
That's right. The Bruins were the first-year Rangers last year. That's correct. Well, good to see you here.
Yeah, good to be here again. Great to come out and see all the guys and get together, and a lot of fun.
Now, you have something coming up that's really interesting, this one-man show. Tell me about that.
Well, I'm part of an ambassador for the Lorenzetti Mental Health Foundation in Montreal, and he come up with the idea of maybe getting on stage and telling my story. And the proceeds will go to the foundation and stuff. And, you know, it's a opportunity to raise more awareness, the stigma of mental health, addiction, alcoholism. So I'm looking forward to doing it.
Yeah, have you been? Is this something that you rehearse, you practice? They show pictures and stuff throughout your career.
Yeah, they're gonna do some of that. They're gonna intertwine some video and pictures with it, and you know, I got to be on stage for 90 minutes. So I pretty much have my story down in my head, but sequentially we got to change a few things and get it structured in a way where it has maximum impact. So yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking, but I'll be okay once I get going, I know.
That's what I was going to say. There's a big difference that people may or may not notice, but it's like between talking on a podcast and sitting up on stage by yourself and telling your story.
Yeah, again, like it's really getting it going. You got to really focus on the opening and the ending. And once I get going with the opening, I relax and get because you always get nervous, no question. And then once you get going and you feel comfortable and you're telling your story, and if you don't know it, then you shouldn't be up there.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Once the train leaves the track, you're on it.
Yeah. So, I've spoke to quite a few people over the years in different venues and different events, large number of events. Honestly, I feel more comfortable talking to a lot of people than probably 2 or 3.
No, that's definitely for real. It's easier to talk to a huge crowd than a crowd that's kind of sporadic. I know that feeling being on stage a few times. Well, Nux, thanks so much for stopping by and talking with us, and of course taking part in this with the Rangers last year and the Boston the year before.
Thanks.
That's right, the Rangers.
Chris Nyland, legend, no doubt about that. Does a great podcast now. An ambassador for the Montreal Canadiens. How about that? A kid that grew up in Boston, rooting for the hated Boston Bruins, now an ambassador for the Montreal Canadiens. Your score after 2 periods of play, the Montreal Canadiens alumni with 8. The Detroit Red Wing alumni with 4. Don't you go anywhere. More coming up. So glad you could join us, whether you're watching via our friends at the Prep or with Local 4.
For over 55 years, Special Olympics has been changing the world. Every day, more than 20,000 athletes across every county in Michigan are breaking barriers through the power of sport. Through our 26 Olympic-style sports, Special Olympics Michigan harnesses the transformational power of athletics, giving those with intellectual disabilities the chance to showcase their skills at the local, state, and national levels. But we're more than just sports. We're more than just competition. Special Olympics is about creating a world where everyone is accepted, respected, and empowered to be their best self. Through sports, we're able to open gateways to athletes' potential, expand their health and wellness, and create relationships that last a lifetime. This is a movement that's changing lives, one athlete at a time, one community at a time, through one play at a time. And together, we can create a more inclusive Michigan.
Stanley Cup champion Aaron Ward. Aaron, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us here today.
Thank you for having me here in Fraser. Excited with all the pomp and circumstance that exists around this charity game, so happy to be here.
First, I just want to check in on you. How you feeling today? We're excited, I'm sure, but just how you feeling?
A little nervous. It's well, here's the truth. When you step out of the game, you have a tendency to lose your conditioning, lose your edge, slightly older. So when you gather in these moments, you're always kind of looking across at not just the guys in your team who's going to carry you on your own team, but you're also looking at the opponent and realizing there might be a guy out there that can make you look really bad. So the fact there's going to be people in the stands, clearly it kind of initiates that competitive nature that's in all of us. It's fun, there's camaraderie, but I'd say how I feel, it's nostalgic, right? So you get to reconnect with a bunch of people. My old college hockey coach is playing on my team, Red Berenson. Some of my past teammates are there. So the nostalgia of getting together, it's great for mental health to check in with guys, to tell stories. Somehow the stories seem to change, get a little longer. They lie a bit, but they always sound pretty good when they come back out again. And the nostalgia component of the competitiveness, again, getting out there on the ice and just being together, trying to win, trying to not look bad. Your priorities change from time to time. You go from thinking that you're a qualified former hockey player to now I don't know if I measure up based on what the competition is going to bring. So this is always, there's a lot of questions revolving around this game.
Now I got to ask, what's the training like? Did you get out on the ice before today at
So
all?
I actually run the Carolina Hurricanes Alumni, and collectively we have a skate once a week.
Okay.
We skate every Tuesday. It's guys, and then whatever guys don't show up, we end up filling in. So I would say on a level of someone who's eclipsed the 50-year mark, it's enough for me to do it once a week. I keep my edge, but it's never like I had played in enough alumni games. About 2 months ago, we had the Eric Stahl jersey retirement. Mm-hmm. We played against the college hockey team down there called NC State University. It's their club team, but they're a Division I program. The first period, I was carbo loading and drinking as much fluids as possible because it's a shock to your system to actually have it happen. So you never really are prepared for anything. You don't know the pace. Again, like I said, I did some opponent watching. Eric Cole, who's also an alumni of Carolina Hurricanes, could probably still likely play in the National Hockey League right now. He's not good a shape. So we'll see. We'll see the pace of the game, and I'll give you an answer after the end of it.
What's it like being out there on the ice? Just, getting back out there. You mentioned the nostalgia factor, but what is it? I mean, do you feel a sense of, hey, we're back when you get out there with your friends?
I think it's kind of cool, like, my exposure to people that I'd never met. Like Ron Duguay was here last year, and I played for the Rangers team because I had played for them briefly. And being exposed to new personalities and maybe people you had their hockey card growing up, right? Yeah. The original hockey cards, O-Pee-Chee, that you got with a gum pack that we always remembered. It was like 15 cents to get one. And then when you're sitting beside them on the bench and listen to them talk and you engage and you find you have commonality with them, I think that's the most shocking part of it. But overall, like, there's something that clicks for all the people that play in these games where you start to strategize. I listened to, I think it was Duguay and two guys he had played with in the same era, and they were going back to things they had done like 30, 40 years ago, like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to cross the blue, here's what's going to happen. So you never lose that nature to the game. But, yeah, just the overall experience, it's been fun. You connect with people you wouldn't normally interact with. Like, I met John Scott, who, over the course of my career, he was a tough guy. I probably didn't talk to him for many reasons. I didn't want to get beat up with him by him, and I didn't want to have anything in common with him. So, but to connect with them away from the game, you find you have so much in common with them, share the same stories, know the same people, and it's just you easily assimilate into the process with all these guys because you have the National Hockey League and the brotherhood in common.
Why is it so important to you to really be able to give?
Deaf, sorry.
Oh, why is it important to you to really just be able to give back and be a part of these alumni charity events?
Well, I spent the growth period of my career here in Detroit. So from '93, when I got traded from Winnipeg to Detroit, to when I left in 2001, I went to the University of Michigan prior to that. So from '90 to 2001, this was my home. I'm originally a Windsor boy. I was born in Windsor, grew up in Ottawa, but I still feel like this in some aspect is my home. So to come back here and to be part of the community, one of the things that's instilled at you, especially at Michigan through Red Berenson, is have an effect on your community, be present. And so that has remained. And getting an opportunity to come back to Detroit, again, it's a ready mix of all the people I want to see, the types of things I want to do, and when you integrate the component of charity, and there's a lot of charities out there all doing things for the right reason, usually this one does that. I mean, I was just talking to someone on the way up, and the level of engagement and contributions across the board, I mean, sled hockey, children's charities, all of it, it's such a great process, and you want to associate with someone who's got a great reputation. So for us as players, no better way than doing something that you're maybe less good at, but good at, something you enjoy, and then doing it for an entertainment purpose where, it's not the same golf tournament you play every week through the summer. This is like getting those competitive juices going. So the fun component of doing something for your community and serving, that's the key part.
Last question for you, then I'll let you go. I'm not down there on the ice. I don't hear what's going on. Is there any smack talk going on during these alumni games?
I will say there's not a lot of smack talk. There's a lot of complaining. So there's a lot of self-deprecating humor about, your passes aren't crisp. You're nowhere near as fast as you were. Your edge work is so you realize you're under the microscope. There's fans here coming to watch you. Hopefully they have a filter, realizing that, you've aged 20 years and things don't function the way they used to. But the common talk out there is, just chirping back and forth, laughing at each other for things that have gone wrong. I think that the hatred of having an opponent like you used to when you played in the National Hockey League, that's gone, and guys are out here for the right reasons. But there's a constant back and forth about how bad or how much better you are than another guy, and that you've preserved yourself better than they have.
Well, we're super excited to see you. Really appreciate you taking the time to come up here and chat with us today.
Thanks. I'm glad we got our own band over
here.
This is
right?
amazing. Playing Star Wars. I mean, I'm going to walk out to Darth Vader's song.
Couldn't be better, right? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
Glory
covering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
4 wide receivers. Pressure, steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Yeah, no, I'm glad to be here. This is an awesome experience.
We saw your dad out there on the ice earlier today, but I want to go back to last year, his very first return to team play on the ice. Just what do you remember most about that day?
Oh my goodness. I was lucky enough to be able to come here and join him that day, and it was just, it's so special to see something that you didn't think you'd ever see again, and it kind of brings me to tears, but I just didn't imagine that he would have the opportunity to get out on the ice, let alone be able to do it. So to see him just excited, strap up, pad up, and get out there and have a good time, I mean, I think it's so special to me, but I can only imagine what Detroit sees when they look at it too.
He was so loved here, still is so loved here, but you've been with him every step of the way. Just what was his training like to be able to get back out there on the ice?
Yeah, you know what? It's funny because someone else asked me that earlier, and of course he came to practices, he was involved in the Bell Tire team and all of that, but I think when something's ingrained in you and you're just an athlete naturally born and you have a heart of gold for the sport, I think it just kind of comes back to you. And it was so cool to see that, especially with, the position he's in now. There was so much that just came back. It was cool.
Me and you were talking about this before we came on air, just how much the community loves your dad. But I want to know, what is the community of Detroit? What has that meant to him and all the love and support he's received over the years?
Yeah, you know what? It's so interesting because we spent time in Florida and in other states for rehab over the past 20-something years, and there's just nothing like Detroit. Like, he would come back and we would go to games, and even being part of amazing alumni events like this, you can feel the energy of Detroit, and he feels it too, and he gives it right back, and I just think that's such an irreplaceable thing to experience.
What does it mean to you guys, your family, to be able to really come to all of these alumni charity events and really just give back? What does that mean to you guys?
Detroit gave us everything. I mean, from the Ilitch family and the Red Wings, they gave us everything. They gave us opportunity. They gave us life. I grew up here, and I mean, what more can you ask for? You just want to constantly give back and constantly say thank you, and just thanks for being such an amazing city and amazing owners of a team that just care. Not everyone cares, and they truly deep down do.
This is going to be a hard question. There are so many things that come along with events like this all throughout this entire week, but if you had to pick one thing that you most looked forward to about today, what would that be?
That is a tough one.
There's so many things.
I
said, there are just so many things that go into this day.
It's been fun to see people that you haven't seen in a while, to see the camaraderie around the team and between the guys, but I think for me personally, everyone looks at him in a certain light, and he very much is an amazing player, but to me, he's just dad, and to get dad time, it can be anywhere and everywhere, but to get it in a space where he just thrives and loves life, and I get to see a dad that's really just enjoying life all the time. It's so special. It's hard to put into words, but yeah, it's dad-daughter time for me, so it's great.
Well, Stacey, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today. We love hearing all the stories about your dad and your family, and the city of Detroit really, really loves and appreciates you guys. So appreciate you being here with us today.
Oh, thanks for having me, and go Wings.
The $13 Pizookie meal deal at BJ's restaurants. Choose from 8 great brew house favorites and get a free personal Pizookie dessert. That's a sweet deal.
When I think of Special Olympics, it's one of those things where you leave and you're like, hey, I feel good in my heart. Every time I go home, it's just a very fulfilling feeling when you leave here.
I think one of the things that I've noticed over the years is you volunteer for a lot of different things, and then you come and volunteer with Special Olympics, and I think a lot of people that might not understand what Special Olympics athlete represents, and I think a lot of people walk out and see a different humanization of the athletes to recognize that they're no different.
Special Olympics it's the portion of sports that you don't always get to experience, but you want to.
Special Olympics is exciting and rewarding for both the athletes and the volunteers.
I think volunteering is important because it's helping somewhere where help is needed and help may not otherwise be given. So it's important for something like Special Olympics for Unified Champion Schools, because in order to help these teams like thrive and even just function and be like an operational team that can go places and can compete, we need people. Like there really needs to be people to support these students so that everything is done safely and done to the very best of one's ability.
I think that over the time that I've been there, I've seen many of the athletes grow. It's just like it's a family. It's a family.
I love the fact that we can just connect with so many people and so many backgrounds and so many athletes, because they all just have a great attitude and they just want to have fun.
It takes a lot of volunteers to make Special Olympics happen, whether that's officials, running tournaments, the headquarters. So really that central word I would say is community.
Special Olympics, it's my family. I mean, it's part of us. It's part of who we are, and I feel like it's one of the most fulfilling things in my life.
Come and try it. Volunteer for half a day, or a full day, whatever, to get involved, and see where that leads you.
I think giving back is huge. I mean, I think we're all here on earth to give back to some degree.
Just come and join us. Come and see the fun that we have. Come and see the joy that the athletes bring to my life. It truly is like no expectations. Come as you are, be yourself, and that really is, it's one of the best opportunities to volunteer out there.
And welcome back in once again to Big Boy Arena out here in Fraser, Michigan. So glad you could join us as the Alumni Cup Series continues. After 2 periods of play, the Montreal Canadiens Alumni have an 8-4 lead over the Detroit Red Wings. Here's some action courtesy of our friends at Local 4 and, of course, the prep. Big second period. Mickey Redmond getting involved here. There's a shot that finds its way through. Rebound comes out. Wings able to capitalize on. But the Habs kept it coming. Boy, he's been a factor all night tonight is number 51, David Desharnais. And that time he got the puck over to Lucien Deblois. And the third period about to commence. So glad you could join us wherever you may be.
Looks like they got that 8th goal up there on the scoreboard.
They finally got it up there. I think Knuckles threatened somebody, didn't he, Meltdown?
He may have. I know if I was running the scoreboard, I'd probably say 10.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nyland. Whatever you need, Mr. Nyland. He still looks like he can give her a go. Speaking of giving her a go, look at Dandenault. He can still move with those 1997 skates, as you said.
I wonder if he's going to switch up to play for the Wings halfway through this period.
He could do that. He could definitely do that. So could Red Berenson.
Oh, here we go.
Opportunity coming this way. Tim Taylor, he's got one already. In. Nothing doing there. Boy, Meltdown, the difference here tonight has been the duo of goaltenders for the Montreal Canadiens. They have both been good here tonight, both these goaltenders.
I ran into Mark Cormier between periods, too, so he's still here floating around somewhere. From last year.
Yeah, oh, is he outstanding. The average Joe, as we call them. By the way, his grandfather won a Stanley Cup with the Montreal Canadiens.
That is true. Yes, we're going to be talking to Reed Larson coming up here, and, of course, Lucien Deblois coming up here in just a little bit, too. He's got a goal.
Sure does. Matthew Dandenault back on it. Pumps it in deep. Habs with possession in the Red Wing zone. Centering pass. Desharnais throws it aside. De Keyser, an active stick. Now leads a transition the other way. Just chips it forward. Ian White throws it on the wing. The trailer. Cicerelli. Another shot comes in. That time by Johnny O. Centering pass. No one home. Goes the other way. Aaron Ward jumps on it in his own zone.
So cool seeing some of these guys out here. Sergei Memesso. Forgot about that name.
Oh, boy. He was one tough customer, was Memesso. And here he is with a shot. That one gloved that time. That's Dagenet with the shot. Now coming the other way, Chad LaRose. LaRose high. Can't connect. Wings on it again. There's Duguay without the bucket. Duguay waiting. Far wing. Another big stop. How about this half goaltending? Ben Scrivens now putting on a show. Looking for the home run pass, but instead Wings coming the other way. Buck in deep to Duguay. Far wing now. Aaron Ward lurking. Ward scoring. That's Chad LaRose. What the score?
He was a Stanley Cup champion, correct?
Sure was,
yeah,
2006 with Carolina.
Yeah.
Now the head coach at Warren De La Salle did a heck of a job last year. Take a look here. Ward was looking. LaRose was scoring. And with 16:40 to go, Wings get one back. 8-5 the score. Danny De Keyser on it now. Meltdown, as you remember, in the last couple of years we did this game, the pace starts to pick up in the third period. The boys, they all want to compete. Make no mistake about that. Now here comes
I'm sorry,
the
I was being distracted by El Sabaka blowing kisses over this way. But yeah, you're right.
Here's LaRose again. LaRose waiting, waiting.
Top shot! Far down. Where Mama hides the cookies.
Chad LaRose.
Nice job.
with a couple of quick ones here.
I would keep that guy on the ice. Looking for the natty.
I did his games when he was a member of the Plymouth Whalers.
Yeah, that's right.
And he had 61 goals.
Wow.
In 02-03. He knew how to light the lamp.
Yep, you can find the net, that's for sure.
So
you know what? Here's the thing. When you're that tall, or should I say not good height like myself, you got to be good at something, and you better be able to find the net.
No doubt about that. Let's see what the Habs can do. From the point, Nash centering pass. Scott, big stop there. Nagel now coming up big. Wings.
Oh, here we go. Come on, Mazur. Oh, Mazur
it.
looking to get something going on.
Had that picked off by Nash. But still on it. Still on it is May. May's dumped. He's looking for the call. I don't think he's going to get her there, Meltdown.
Nope. Not now.
Ian White has his shot deflected and another big stop.
Got some wheels coming now.
Louis LeBlanc. He's with Skrudland. Gives it to Skrudland. But White picks it up there behind the net.
Yeah, Danny DeKeyser, probably one of the younger guys on the ice, correct?
Yep, no doubt.
Yeah. He made sure Louis LeBlanc. Look out.
Here comes Dandino. Dandino getting outside.
Brian
Dandino.
Skrudland just decided to just slide into the bench.
And now Habs with Weaver. Getting in deep to Desharnais. That hasn't been a bad decision tonight. 51 has been all over the ice. Speaking of the diminutive, now it's Smoke. Brian Smolinski. 3-on-2. Smoke waiting. Backhand opportunity. Can't convert. Mike Weaver loses it, and the Wings come the other way in transition with 13:50 to go. Weaver again chips it forward. 2-on-2. Late man is Desharnais. Desharnais, high slot. Desharnais waiting, back in behind the net. Back to Desharnais. Shot comes in, rebound in front, and Wings able to skate the other way. Here they come with a little speed. Miller, notice how I said that.
A little, yep.
Ward with a shot. Oh, he had some salsa on that, didn't he?
I think he dented the puck. We got to check that biscuit.
Desharnais now.
Desharnais, what a great skater.
Wide open to Dion. Big stop there. Nagel flashes some glove, and I don't think you're going to get many whistles here in this period.
Not at all. Uh-oh, here we go.
That's picked off. Smolinski now. Smolinski and Desharnais. Far wing. Centering pass. Nearly deflected out in front. And Wings with a chance to come out in transition. 2-on-2 now. Getting outside. Good inside-outside move by Miller until that's chipped away. Kept in by DeKeyser. Cicerelli drops it for Duguay. Has it taken away there by Nash. He just pumps it into the neutral zone. Duguay chips it forward. Habs give chase. Montreal 8, Detroit 6. With 12:20 to go here in this third period. So glad you could join us. Here's Cole. He's been active tonight. Eric Cole spinning, turning. Still looking to hook it up. Still on the puck. Tries to center it in front. Deblois was there. He couldn't get it through. Now to the point. Delorme at the point. 2:27's out there. Delorme on D, Deblois up front. Eric Cole on it, though. Eric Cole still on it. Beats one man. Can't beat the second. Gets it right back. How about Cole? Unrelenting down there. Pumps it in deep. Oleg Petrov lurking for the Habs. He's kind of pushed away from the front. They're having some fun down there. That was great. You could see your boy down there, Brad May, looking at Petrov going, no, don't go to the front of the net. Please don't do that, right?
Yeah, right.
Now Miller gives chase with Petrov on him with 11:10 to go here. Wings back in it. It's 8-6. Here they come. It's May. May trying to get outside of Cote. Can't do it. Puts on the brakes in the corner. Habs able to come the other way. Here's Dandino. Home run pass for LeBlanc. Tried to go outside in. Couldn't pull it off. Miller under duress. Gives it to his defense partner. Now out of the zone. Taken by Cote. Why don't we throw it down to Meltdown right now? Meltdown?
Here with the Red Wing legend, Reed Larson. Reed, what are you thinking so far out there?
Well, I wish it was a little shorter game. There's definitely a young man's game and an older man's game, but we're hanging in there.
900 plus games in the NHL. Get to see some of your former teammates and some guys you played against as well.
That's a great reunion. That's a great cause, great reunion. We always have a lot of fun. It's a good workout, and then we get together after.
And I just saw recently the Reed Larson Award, so tell me about that.
Boy, that's in Minnesota State High School Tournament. They have a few awards, Mr. Hockey, and somebody started a Reed Larson Best Defenseman Award during the season for the high school, and then they award it to what they feel and vote as top defenseman in the state during the state high school hockey tournament. So it's an honor for me, but it's been going on about, 14 years now. It's been, something like that. So.
That's great to have an award named after you like that. Defenseman, awesome.
Yeah, it's really, really nice. And the kids are great. Parents love it. The kids love it. A lot of scouts. That tournament, Minnesota State High School Tournament. Great tournament for everybody. And a lot of people with some eyes, You never know who's watching.
Well, I'll tell you what. One thing I would have never won as a kid or as an adult is the Best Defenseman Award. So, Reed.
I don't know either. There's a lot of great defensemen out there, but I'm still, it's an honor. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, Reed, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Sean, back up to you.
Boy, did he have a cannon. Reed Larson. Everybody wanted to fire the puck like Reed Larson growing up. Meltdown, you and I are around a similar age, and he was known for that cannon, no doubt. Johnny O in the meantime. Far wing to Duguay. Duguay centering pass. Nearly got there to LaRose. Habs in transition now. John Scott with some speed.
I don't know if you saw Brad May just tried to hook him off from the bench.
They've had enough of John Scott out there, right?
Johnny O, get the puck.
Johnny O was going for the change, and the puck came in. Desharnais now. Waiting. Loses it. Duguay comes the other side, and now Foster. He's got a goal tonight for Red Wings. So that's Miller, 2 20s out there. There's the other 20 at the line. Back to Miller, to the other 20, 20-20. Miller to Foster. Habs with an opportunity to get out, they can't. Finally, coming the other way are the Canadiens. That's Weaver. Weaver, near side. Cole in on net. Scores.
And that's in.
Nice little move after that give from Weaver.
Yeah, I thought for a second he might have had it, but just trickled in.
And that's a big goal for the Habs. That 3-goal lead. Back up there, Meltdown.
Well, you know what they say, the 3-goal leads in these alumni games are the worst 3-goal leads in hockey. Right? Is that what they say? Something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah, something like that. Nice little move there, huh?
Yeah.
There's another guy that could score some goals in this league, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I want to see the Wings get a couple here to make this a little bit more interesting.
Ian White trying to get something going. Ian White to DeKaiser. Nice deflection in front. Just couldn't connect as Ian White got it back.
Yeah, kind of on his wrong hand.
Look at the pace pick up here, though, Meltdown. Think these guys want to win? They sure do. Petrov knocks it back now. Habs forced to regroup in their own zone. Here comes Dandenault. Dandenault looking like prime Dandenault.
Yeah, with the wheels. DeKaiser trying to hold him up a little bit.
Dandenault leaves it for Petrov.
Yeah, Petrov, what a skilled player.
Keeping everything to the outside now are these Wings. Dandenault with a spin inside the line. Drops her there. Gonna pump it in deep. Cole back on it. He's had a night tonight. He pins Bay against the boards. Has his arm high up around his neck down there. You know, boys are laughing all the way down there.
Did we just lose track of time? There's like 6 minutes left. I thought I was going to look up and see like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah, I think the boys said, hey,
let it roll.
Let's go with a running clock. Here comes Petrov. Petrov, look at Petrov, showing some of that skill you talked about. Stops behind the net, throws it out to Dion. He can't connect with it. Gilbert Dion working out there with Smolinski. Back to the line to Delorme. Gilbert Delorme and Elaine Cote on D, 2-on-2. Cross at the line, high slot. Miller couldn't connect.
It's funny, some of the names that you, just hearing you say Cote, it's like, another guy that I've watched for years.
Yeah. He bounced around a little bit. Did Elaine Cote. Running clock, 5:25 to go. Time running short on the wings. Taylor going to take this draw, won by Scrudlin. Weaver in the corner. Loses it. Wings on it. Can't connect the passes. Louis LeBlanc comes the other way. LeBlanc gets it back from Smolinski for the moment, but the Wings able to regain possession with 5 minutes to go in this game. Miller. That's Kevin Miller pumping it in deep, controlled by Habs. Cote, far side now. Picked off by Wings in the neutral zone. Near wing is Ogrodnik. Ogrodnik centering pass. That's picked off by Cote. And now Habs come the other way. Smolinski. He's on his skates a lot, as you know, Meltdown. He's not only playing locally, but officials locally.
Yes,
as
that's
well.
right. He's still very tied in with the hockey world.
He sure is. Big battle right down in front
Drew
of
is
Meltdown.
just whacking guys' sticks around. Millsy having fun.
Far wing now, looking for Duguay. Duguay. Still one of the best flows you'll see out there.
No
Centering
doubt.
pass, nobody home.
Former teammate of mine, by the way.
There you go. Desharnais now with speed. Boy, can he motor still. Look at Desharnais.
Great skater.
Waiting.
Look at the Mohawks.
Waiting. Back to the point. Shot comes in, looking for a deflection in front. Now that was off the stick of Nash, and Wings get a chance to come the other way. Ian White has seen a ton of ice time tonight.
Yeah, some of the younger guys are out there now for the last half of the period.
It's amazing how that works out, isn't it, Meltdown?
I think Dave Lewis might shorten the bench.
Probably a smart idea. With 3.5 minutes to go. Time running short for the Wings.
And running.
Yeah, no doubt. Danny DeKeyser centering pass to Foster. Nice move in front. That's deflected. Still on it. DeKeyser with a shot. Big stop there by Scrivens on Cicerelli on the doorstep. Wings still on it, though. Persistent. DeKeyser just floats that one in. Scrivens says, no, sir. 3 minutes to go in this one. Puck finally comes out into the neutral zone. Good prolonged pressure there by the Red Wings. And they're on it again is May. May centering pass looking for White. Can't connect. It's Dandeneau. High off the boards. Kept in by White. Dandeneau on it again.
I don't think Danny DeKeyser's come off the ice this period.
I don't think Dandeneau has either. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Look at Eric Cole. Eric Cole. Back to Cole. Backhand. Big stop there, Nagel. Another centering pass for Scott. Can't connect. 2:25 to go. Yes, it's a running clock. Montreal 9, Detroit 6. Delorme at the line. Now Petrov behind. Weaver stepping up. Weaver floating one in. Scott gives chase in the corner. Back to Delorme. Delorme walking in.
Chad LaRose just tried to run John Scott, which is probably not a great idea.
LaRose looking for that home run pass, but Weaver back to take it.
Oh, Red.
Now it's Red with a shot.
Fires it.
Petrov with an opportunity to get it out, but he can't. Kept in there. Backhand pass intended for Miller. That's number 23, Kevin Miller.
A lot of Millers in the NHL over the years.
Yeah. That East Lansing pipeline. Meltdown. Minute and a half left in this one.
What was it, for like 30 years there was a Miller in the league?
My goodness. It's a Miller or a Sutter, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Sutter's had a lot of guys in the league as well.
Here comes Petrov. Petrov works his way into the high slot. Shot comes in. John Scott bidding for another one. Wings are going to have to do some work with 1 minute and 5 seconds to go. It's Montreal 9, Detroit 6. Red Berenson in. Red Berenson on the backhand. Can't Can't
Thought
connect.
for sure it's going to bury.
Shot comes in,
no.
another big stop there on Johnny O in front.
No, I'm going to talk to Johnny O about this one at Morning Hockey next week.
Now here comes Dandenault.
Dandenault's just going out for a skate now.
2-on-1.
Him and Smokey.
Coming back is Ian White. Trailer coming in. LeBlanc. Shot over the head of the goaltender Nagel. Dandenault back to LeBlanc. Into the corner. Can't connect to Smoke with 30 seconds remaining. Dandenault at the point. Gobbling minutes here in the third period is Matthew Dandenault. In behind the net. Wings are running out of time. They need a goal like now. Miller trying to do that. Both Dandenault and Cote back, not allowing it to happen. Into the near corner now. Centering pass doesn't connect. Backhand attempt doesn't connect. Montreal is going to come away with a 9-6 victory here in the Alumni Cup.
Didn't the Rangers win last year?
Rangers won last year. Detroit beat Boston, right?
They did beat Boston, okay.
And then Rangers won last year, and now this one. Montreal wins, but meltdown not to sound like a cliche. Nobody loses on a night like tonight. You're helping charities. The guys have fun. So many great moments. We're all winners here tonight. Your final score. The Montreal Canadiens Alumni 9, the Detroit Red Wing Alumni 6. We'll come back with some final thoughts here on a Saturday afternoon from Big Boy Arena in Fraser, Michigan. So glad you could join us on Local 4 and The Prep.
Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. No matter what kind or brand of vehicle you drive, we can help you release your lease and get you into a brand new vehicle for less. Plus an additional 1,000, yes, 1,000 more on all trades, regardless of year, make, mileage, or condition. Grab the tag and release your lease during Taylor Ford's Green Tag Sales Event. Taylor Ford, at your service.
Lowering the shoulder.
Swing and a miss. McGinley scores!
And it's going to be a challenge for us. I mean, they're a really talented football team. I think everybody knows that.
Four wide receivers. Pressure. Steps up. Marshall wants to run again. Cuts down the middle of the field. All alone. Touchdown! Warriors! What a cut.
Welcome back in. Your final score this afternoon. The Montreal Canadiens Alumni come away with a 9-6 victory over the Detroit Alumni. As you look at some of the highlights here tonight, a lot of fun out here. Helping out so many great charities. As you take a look at some of these highlights. Boy, 51 was outstanding tonight for the Canadiens. David Desharnais, a couple of goaltenders that made some big stops, and you know what's really cool is the scene on the ice right now when you look at some of those highlights. The boys all taking the team photo out there. Wings and Habs standing next to each other. There's Louis LeBlanc in front, some quick hands, and there's that photo I talked about. Oh, isn't that awesome? Isn't that cool? That is what it's all about. How cool is that? Good stuff. Once again, can't stress this enough. The G.H. Pastor Foundation helping out so many different charities, and you see some of the kids out there getting fist bumps from the players. Isn't that cool? How cool is that? You see some of the sled hockey guys coming out there now to take a picture with the heroes as well. Boy, isn't that awesome? My goodness gracious. Too cool. Can't thank the players enough for being a part of this, too. A lot of smiles, a lot of class. They're going to sign a lot of autographs as well. No doubt about that. Just a really cool event. Well, that's going to do it from Big Boy Arena. For my friends at Local 4 Plus, my friends at The Prep, for Meltdown, for Kara Lyles, for Ben Holden, my name is Sean Belegian saying thanks so much for joining us. Your final score this afternoon, the Canadian Alumni 9 and the Red Wing Alumni 6. So long from Big Boy Arena.